Доброго ранку, шановні колеги, колежанки, доброго ранку. Раді вітати вас сьогодні.
Good afternoon. Good morning, dear colleagues. We're happy to welcome you at our second day of the conference. And just in a minute, we're going to start our discussion, our panel, which will be dedicated to national aid.
In today's day with this conversation on how we can enhance international aid to Ukraine. And we are going to be speaking about coordinating priorities among the donor community. I'm Inna Pedluska. I'm Deputy Executive Director of the International Renaissance Foundation, which is a donor to civil society in Ukraine, which is part of the Open Society Foundations Network. And we've been working with civil society for 32 years already. And I always proudly say that perhaps we worked with well, quite a lot of people in the civil society community, and we're really grateful and humble when we think about all the great things that civil society organizations have accomplished in Ukraine throughout its independent statehood, and particularly within this very extraordinary and traumatic months and days of the war. So the war is having really a dramatic effect on Ukraine and on its civil society. And this conference has been speaking a lot yesterday, and there will be more conversations today happening about how civil society has changed, how Ukrainian civil society is changing the international civil society, and how it's making the contribution, helping Ukraine's resilience, helping Ukraine's ability to survive and to push forward. And we hope to win this war as it's protecting the values for which the civil society stands. So this panel will look at how the international donors or the donor community can match and strengthen the efforts of the civil society, how the donors' aid is relevant, timely, flexible, massive, and really goes to support the civil society, not just now, but we're already thinking about the reconstruction of Ukraine, the massive tasks and objectives that Ukraine will be facing after it wins the war, and in which the civil society will have a critical role to play. So we will be looking at how donors shape their priorities, how they identify the best modalities which work in this very extraordinary circumstances, how we really make sure that the aid is where it needs to be. And of course, we will not be able to capture the whole wealth of international aid to Ukraine. We will only scratch the surface on some of the questions, but that's one of the objectives we are having, to discuss what we know, to discuss what we do, to discuss what we could do differently, to think about the previous experience, to look what can be adapted, to look at what are the issues that we can take forward. And of course, we will be happy to have the questions. And now, without further ado, if I just could introduce our distinguished panel, and we could start the conversation. So Mr. Peter Gallus, the US Embassy to Ukraine, will start this. So Ms. Ashley Mulrooney from the Canadian Embassy to Ukraine, Alexandra Cherkasenko, my colleague from the Open Society Foundation's the Europe and Eurasia program. So we also have with us Mr. Shadrach Ludeman, who is from the Office of Transition Initiatives of USAID, and we have with us Ms. Cinzana Poyana of the EU delegation to Ukraine. Cinzana leads the civil society support program. We have with us Mr. Ross McLaurin, who is the program officer with the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, and Rostislav Valvoda here with us of the Prague Civil Society Center, and we also have with us, I say Victoria Marchenko. I cannot see Victoria on the screen yet, but I know Victoria is with us, and Victoria is with the civil society and media of the USAID. Welcome, dear colleagues, and Peter, the floor is yours. I asked all participants to start with brief comments, like really for 3-4 minutes, on what the priorities are and what the approaches they are taking to pursue those priorities.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here in Warsaw. I'd like to just give a quick overview of U.S. government aid and contributions to Ukraine. The United States government is one of the leading contributors to Ukraine's defense, civil society, and media development. Just 2 months ago in March, the United States Congress passed a large foreign aid bill for Ukraine. I think it was about $13 billion. The President Biden has forwarded to Congress a new foreign aid package of $33 billion. Before the war started and after the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, the United States government had contributed roughly $6 billion in security assistance and cooperation, roughly $4 billion in humanitarian aid. Of course, civil society, American has an interest in Ukraine. Ukraine is the population and geographic center of this region. It has a large, diverse economy, a very energetic population with a lot of young people who are seeking paths for development and, of course, identity. Civil society progress also matters for the United States government in Ukraine, because a more democratic and open Ukraine is a better U.S. partner for political, economic, commercial, and cultural engagements. It can also facilitate greater cooperation in the area of security. As we know, regional security remains a key issue. Regional stability remains a key issue for the United States government. Human rights values, as expressed in universal principles and documents, remains the gold standard to which all countries should be striving to create more stability, prosperity, and social harmony. We have several mechanisms in the U.S. government for funding civil society and media development. The goal, of course, is to reform governance in Ukraine, advance changes, to empower civil society. In the U.S. Embassy, we split our work between the USAID and the State Department. On the State Department side, we look very closely at civil society and protecting, unifying, and empowering civil society actors across the board. And our policies have changed over the years, and especially in the last several months. We give a lot of money to media development and ensuring that the media environment is free, independent, and that there are plenty of organizations out there that can provide news that Ukrainians desperately need today. With that, I will turn it over to my colleagues, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, actually, we do not have like any specific order of which like the embassies and donors would like to speak. So I wonder if we just could take it the way we said, or whether we would continue with the US first, or then go to Canada, whichever. Okay, actually, you've got the microphone. Please go ahead. And I would then call on Victoria, and then on Shadrach, and then Cinzana, please, and then we move on. Okay?
Since it obviously worked. Hello? Does it work? Okay. All right. Good morning, colleagues. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you all in person. No, not working? Yeah, okay. It's been a long few months, and I was just connecting with a colleague and just enjoying the opportunity to reconnect. I think there are lots of ways that our assistance is going to need to pivot in this immediate moment, and many ways in which we'll need to pivot over the long term. I won't go into a long review of the things that the Government of Canada has done. We have all provided billions of dollars in assistance in various forms. But I think for the Government of Canada, the priority is that we put our feminist approach into action, that we listen to our partners, we listen to what their needs are, and that we try to respond as directly as possible to what those needs are, and we try to advocate for their needs in everything that we do, in our conversations with government, in our conversations with the humanitarian agencies, to help them understand the capacity of civil society in Ukraine, and your ability to respond and support this response. And their ability to understand Ukraine. We are very proud to have worked with the Ukrainian Women's Foundation, which is represented here today, PACT International, and the European Endowment for Democracy, all of whom have responded with our support in ways to support their grantees through fast and flexible responses. So our Ukrainian Women's Foundation project, for example, has done rapid response grants, allowing organizations to submit proposals and to get a turnaround within a matter of a few hours to their requests. Let me just highlight for a second how our support is streamed a little bit, because I think many of us as donors have similar types of streams, and I think it's important for all of us to recognize that each of these streams right now is operating independently, but also interconnectedly in a way that we might not have prior to the war. So we in the Government of Canada have funding through humanitarian assistance, through stabilization, and through bilateral development programming. We also have multilateral, but we'll keep that long-term multilateral, but we'll keep that out of the conversation for now. On the humanitarian side, of course, you're seeing these billions of dollars flow in through humanitarian agencies, the UN, the Red Cross, and through the Ukraine Humanitarian Fund. Most of that for us is led at headquarters. It's and it's large amounts of money. We also have stabilization programming, which is meant to really be this bridge, this sort of prevention of conflict, addressing the immediate needs in a conflict situation. Again, that funding is provided by headquarters, but it's faster, right? It's meant to be smaller programs, quicker response, and able to adapt to the needs in a conflict. And then there's bilateral development funding, which looks at the much longer term, right? And this is where we already on the program are starting to look at what recovery and reconstruction looks like, what Ina mentioned, and what the needs of Ukraine will be over the long term and how we can support there. In terms of our approaches, I will say on the bilateral side, it was important for us to work with our long-standing partners to help them get the flexibility they needed to use the funding that was in their bank accounts, to use the funding that they had already received from us, to be able to put that to immediate use. So on the second day of the war, we turned to all of our partners and said, we provided them a certain portion of their funding and said, go and use that in your communities. Use that however you need to do it, whether it's buying bedding or shelter or setting up we have a shelter that was set up in Lviv. We set up a civil society hub with the European Endowment for Democracy in Przemysl, along with other donors. So all the responses were varied, they were creative, and they were fast. And I was really proud of everything that our partners were able to do. We also shared that response with other donors, and as a result, the US, the UK, and the EU were all able to mobilize support through their projects. So I think in essence, there was tens of millions of dollars that was released in the first few days of the war to allow our civil society partners who know how to react, who are already there on the ground, who have those networks, and who can help their communities immediately. So we're trying to use our existing long-term partners to meet this immediate need. And now we're seeing them pivoting to support their communities, the resilience needs of their communities over the longer term. We've provided guarantees that project staff will have employment over, at least the medium term, because it's important that people have that security, that income security. We have provided them support to relocate, because we know that being an IDP is expensive. You have a lot of costs on a daily basis, and humanitarian agencies, while they are wonderful, they are not able to cover all of those costs. I think, yeah, and I'd like to give some credit to the people back at our headquarters department who were really very flexible when we would come to them with crazy requests, and they would say, we will find a way to make it work. This is unusual, but we'll do what we can to help you make it work. I think we spent a lot of time in the first few days of the conflict, too, talking with the UN and humanitarian agencies as they flooded in masses of people who don't know Ukraine and tried to help them understand that there is capacity here. There are partners here. You can work with them. Let's connect the right people. And we would, as representatives of the embassy, we would say, you need to speak specifically with this organization. So we would not just say, in general, this is what you should be doing. We would actually connect individual people and get them talking and finding solutions on the ground. And in another sort of specific example, we advocated that the Ukrainian Humanitarian Fund should be able to receive applications in Ukrainian. It sounds very logical, it sounds very simple, but they were requiring that all of the applications be in English, and with partners all across the country, working day to day in Ukrainian and not always having that English language capacity, that was important. So those are a few examples, but I will pass on. Thank you, Ina.
Thank you, Ashley, and thank you specifically mentioning that really civil society have the capacity to be strong partners, and this is really great. So that's something we really would want to carry on. So may I just first ask Shadrach, your turn, then Victoria, Sinzana, Ross, Alexandra, and Rostislav, and then we move to the discussion, please. Okay?
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's just really great to be part of this panel and to be able to talk about just this critical role that civil society is playing right now. So I'm part of the Office of Transition Initiatives, which is a specialized office within USAID that was created about 25 years ago, specifically to work in really complex, dynamic environments that are under threat of conflict or significant change. And so we've been working in Ukraine since 2014, looking at how we can support civil society, support the transition, support the reform efforts. And we have been pivoting over time as the context has shifted and changed, right? And so we do work across a variety of sectors and support a variety of organizations, ranging from really small grassroots or volunteer initiatives to really established civil society organizations, and of course, government counterparts as well. But as part of our broader response to Russia's war in Ukraine, we are prioritizing assistance across 4 lines of effort right now. The first really is supporting the emergency response and IDP response across the country. And the second, and that's done in coordination, of course, with the broader humanitarian community. The second area is providing support to maintain social cohesion, public morale, national unity. Certainly we've seen a tremendous display of national unity and cohesion. But we also understand as we look forward and that this war and brutality is taking a toll. And so how do we sustain that level of unity that we see right now? Thirdly, we are continuing our support on countering disinformation. That continues to be a really important issue. And then lastly, in close coordination with the international community and other U.S. government actors, we are providing support for documentation and accountability efforts of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and other atrocities. So I do want to highlight, too, that as I've talked about broad coordination that we have within USAID and other donors, but certainly, I mean, at the forefront of all of these lines of effort are civil society. And that's just critical to our approach. And as a rapid response, small grants mechanism, we are able to move resources very quickly, whether through in-kind support or cash support, to get resources within a very short window of time to sustain some of these initiatives that are ongoing. And we place tremendous value on supporting the incredibly brave, effective, and innovative civil society efforts that are happening across the country right now, and especially in the frontline communities. So our overarching priority right now is to provide resources to not only civil society organizations, but a lot of these volunteer networks, you know, people with different jobs that have pivoted to meet the moment, that are cooperating, volunteering their own time. And so finding ways to provide them resources to continue those efforts that are so critical, not only to meet the immediate need, but to reinforce the social cohesion and that unity that we see right now. You know, and this volunteerism, this pivoting that happens is not new. I mean, certainly we saw this happen in 2014 in really significant ways. And so it's just such a tremendous example of the resilience of the Ukrainian people and of civil society. So given our approach, and that we do place a premium on moving as quickly as we can, because windows of opportunity are short, the needs are immense, and the context is changing every day, and every day matters for response. And so that's why our office has been created to be that specialized, really rapid response. And to give you a sense of what I mean by that, the way that we've pivoted since February 24th is since that period, we've implemented about 90 distinct grant activities. Compare that to what we had been doing previously, that's generally what we would do in almost a year or 9 months. So just giving you a sense of the scale and the rapid nature of how we're trying to respond. And also the way that we work too, and it's through our Ukraine Confidence Building Initiative, UCBI, which is that grants making and support platform implemented by Comonix International, but we're proactive in finding our partners and being able to work with a variety of different initiatives groups. And we don't necessarily do calls for applications, but we are able to use our grant-making authority to go out and seek out those people that are making changes in their communities and immediately provide resources to them. So maybe I'll just stop there because there's so much to talk about, but I want to give other panelists time.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sheldrick, and also special thanks for mentioning volunteers. Indeed, we're talking about the extended civil society, which goes far beyond the civil society organizations and such. So thank you so much for mentioning them. So we've got Victoria with us. Go ahead, Victoria, share your views. Hi.
Доброго ранку. Ви мене чуєте?
Good morning. I do hope you hear me.
Чуєте чи ні?
Чуємо, Вікторія, будь ласка.
Супер. Доброго ранку. Я з України.
Good morning. I'm from
Якщо
Ukraine.
сирени мене перервуть.
I'm sorry if my presentation is interrupted with alarm sirens, but I would like to make several statements about donor support and how it is changing. Thank you very much for naming this session, coordination and unity. We, as donor organizations, are well coordinated and well united. appreciated. My colleague and me from the EU delegation, Cinziana Poiana, who is now here, are trying to do everything possible as co-coordinators of donor support to civil society. We want this donor support to be as efficient as possible, particularly now. I'm working with programs I hope you know about. This is the program Engage and also Jednanie program. And these two programs actually organized this conference. Thank you very much. Now we change our approaches. So what we are doing, we provide more institutional-based grants both at the local and national level. We rationalize bureaucratic procedures. We try to reduce them to the very minimum. All reports and application procedures. Success stories are postponed for better times. Now we have to stop this war. This is something we have to document now. Our priority is support to the civil society organizations that help people that are at the local level. So we operate at the local domestic level, and this particular work is of crucial importance for us. What about national civil society organizations that you all know about? Your everyday work, according to the mission of your organization, is of utmost importance even now. I'm talking about sociological research, for example, Democratic Initiatives Foundation. Sorry for naming just a few. Euro-Atlantic Direction, New Europe Foundation, monitoring programs, advancing reform, reanimation, reform package, anti-corruption initiatives, anti-corruption Center, Transparency International Ukraine. All these programs are really important and we have to continue working on them, taking into account the current events. For example, I have heard that journalists, investigators agreed that they would actually postpone profiling their anti-corruption investigations till the end of war. Now they will concentrate on the war events, but they will document and research and monitoring everything. So our human rights organizations take a leading role now regarding crime documentation. I know this is a great initiative and I encourage you to work together with the journalists. And the final thing, once again, I'm coming back to the name of our session, cooperation and unity, cooperation and security. We are in the same boat. We are together. We are not competitors. We are friends. We are partners. We should help each other. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you for these kind and really important words about cooperation and unity and how important it is for the donors to work together, simplifying their procedures and making this assistance efficient and effective and accessible. Cinziana, the floor is yours.
I don't know where Victoria can see me better, but Victoria, you are dearly missed, and I'm very happy that we at least got to see you on screen. And rest assured that every donor discussion you are there in the spirit. Maybe after hearing the other speakers, I would like to change a little bit the order. Maybe start with actually the lessons learned, because I think for us at the European Union, we did have a very important lesson learned, and this came from the COVID crisis. Actually, I think that if we hadn't had the practice of organizing emergency response in the start of the COVID crisis, it would have probably taken a lot more time for us to organize and to know what to do now when the war has started. So in fact, I think, for us, the emergency support towards relieving Ukrainian population of the effects of the quarantine and supporting health professionals, this was actually served us to test already instruments that would provide more flexibility to civil society organizations. So basically, on February 25th, we already had 3 priorities in which we wanted to support civil society organization. The first was, of course, to ensure a lifeline to civil society organizations and to subgrantees. So basically all our partners that were doing subgranting were encouraged to show as much flexibility as possible to their subgrantees. So in fact, some of them have decided to already within those days, so that weekend after the war has started, to provide core support and bridge funding to those that needed a little bit of space to relocate, to set up their offices in different parts of the country, support their staff to evacuate, and all this type of very, let's say, immediate needs that had to do with the proper functioning of the organizations. The second one was supporting basically all our grantees. So we do a lot of direct funding with civil society organizations in Ukraine, aside from the subgranting. So basically supporting these organizations to address the emergency needs of populations in the communities where they were involved. And the third one was to support civil society organizations to collect war crime evidence and to report on it. Now, this was 2 months ago. I see already that based on the funding requests that we are receiving, either directly or through our partners, that the needs are evolving to some extent, and we are keen to adjust to those needs. So, for example, something that has been emerging 2-3 weeks ago, of course, with also the political changes in the approach of the European Union towards Ukraine's prospects for European Union integration, we do receive now a lot of funding requests related to the work that needs to be done to contribute to future reforms and Ukraine's preparation for European Union integration, and also reports that have funding requests that have to do with support towards monitoring and involvement of civil society into reconstruction plans. So this is something that I would call our second generation of projects to respond to the needs created by this war, and this is also something that we are keen to fund. I mentioned briefly yesterday in my speech the approximate amount. So also for us, of course, the easiest was in the early days to repurpose the assistance that was ongoing. So that is approximately 20 million euro that had already been awarded to civil society organizations. We also gave the possibility to grantees to basically change their projects into anything that they saw fit and anything that they could actually commit to delivering. And this, I have to say that, from our experience, it took some organization, maybe some of them took a couple of hours. So we did have one organization that had a reception center ready on the 24th of February in the evening in Rivne. So that was really something that I found extremely impressive. But others, for example, are only now kind of finalizing and are feeling ready to commit to deliver something within their own projects or to launch subgranting schemes or what have you. So we also gave kind of this space to organizations to reorganize themselves and to basically make a conscious proposal for what they can actually deliver. And this is also based on our lessons learned that we should really avoid doing any harm to organizations that are, of course, trying to serve their communities. Maybe a little bit on the way that we work and our funding opportunities. So So as I said, we do fund organizations directly. We had about approximately 30 million euro of civil society funds that were readily available to contract. So we are taking funding applications on a rolling basis. One first mechanism that we use is a rapid response mechanism that under which we can award low-value grants, so up to 60,000 euro for a maximum period of 1 year, implementation period. So this was an instrument that was designed also for situations such as this. So there we also have an open call on the website of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Facility where we accept applications on a rolling basis and they are treated on a rolling basis. And there on the website of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Facility you will also find other forms of support that you can access, namely services or support to individuals and even support to civil society organizations from neighboring Eastern Partnership countries that can also support Ukrainians in their own countries. Yes, I know I need to hurry, but I do want to mention a very important instrument, of course, that we have. So, namely, since 2020, we have a system of framework partners, some of whom are here in the room. So, International Renaissance Foundation, Prague Civil Society Center, but we also have ERIM and Black Sea Trust. And all these partners were basically, our go-to partners in supporting us to deliver financial assistance also to grassroots organizations and people that need a little bit of faster reaction that we are able to provide in a direct interaction, and of course with smaller amounts. So I'm sure that you are aware that the International Renaissance Foundation has an open call. Of course, Isara and Nania also are our partner that will shortly also roll out a new project. Yes. So that's it. I will end here.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Snezana, for covering so many questions and really mentioning many very important things, but I would like to really highlight two of those you mentioned, which is being responsive to the evolving needs and then also being supportive of the active engagement of civil society organizations in the future reconstruction of Ukraine. That's really very important, and we are glad that donors are aware of the need, the ambition, the capacity, and of the support that would require. Alexandra, the floor is yours now, quickly, and we will. Yeah.
Okay, looks like it works. Hello, everyone, and I'm very happy to be here and to see all of you. It's a great privilege to really represent Open Society Foundations in this panel. When the war started, we basically scrapped our wireframe strategy around Ukraine, and we pivoted about 4.7 million to be able to respond to the emergency needs of civil society. And of course, we relied on our long-term partners that we've been supporting in the country. They were the ones that were providing humanitarian aid to communities and to people in need. They were documenting and have been documenting crimes and atrocities, and we basically started providing them core support. Agility, flexibility is something that other crises taught us, and that's why having as less bureaucratic needs and papers as possible was something that we followed up with. In terms of priorities within that emergency batch, and we had several batches, was the support of safety and security of our grantees and civil society organizations, and that included relocation when necessary and possible, physical and digital protection, as well as developing a concept of hubs and coordination between various initiatives that have been providing support support to civil society and to activists in countries where people are going to, and also in safer environments of Ukraine, where activists also relocated to. We can speak more about those protection institutions and protection infrastructure in a separate session or later in this session. Besides this protection priority, we also provided assistance to organizations that are doing humanitarian assistance to IDPs and vulnerable groups, and that included support to women, to LGBTQ, to Roma rights groups, to Crimean Tatar groups, as well as to those that had health-related issues. It also included support of organizations, local organizations that have been providing humanitarian aid to populations. The third priority for us was accountability and documentation of atrocities, war crimes, and human rights violations, as well as identifying the most efficient legal avenues and actions for securing accountability for grave crimes. And that included providing support to local organizations, as well as to internationals that have been documenting atrocities in order to secure evidence for international trials, launching universal jurisdiction cases, monitoring and analyzing open source data. Then we also provided support to media, to independent Ukrainian media that do quality journalism, reporting in Ukraine on what is going on, as well as protection of those journalists, including the physical one. Also our goal was to support refugees, to those that move to other countries, and support humanitarian corridors, help governments that receive refugees to provide as much support to them as possible. Then on the next batch, we launched the so-called UDF. It's Ukraine Democracy Fund, which was a 25 million fund covering 3 goals. The first goal was, of course, to support Ukrainian civil society, media, human rights groups, advocacy organizations, as well as that protection piece. The second goal was to support international solidarity with Ukraine, advance international efforts to defend Ukrainian freedom and independence, to battle authoritarianism, and to basically support those that are in the same line of fight with Ukraine against the atrocities and authoritarianism. That included, again, accountability efforts, as well as advocacy for human rights and rule of law. And the third piece was protection of human dignity, which is, again, support to refugees and IDPs, humanitarian aid for those beyond the reach of other relief efforts. In terms of approaches, as I mentioned, our biggest approach was flexibility and agility, understanding that whatever we are discussing today might not be relevant tomorrow, or it can change tomorrow very quickly. And that's why this ability to scrap yesterday's strategies and reconsider and come up with new approaches and be as flexible as possible in support of civil society is of paramount importance. Another priority was, of course, the speed. It's not always possible with international donors, but we tried as much as possible, and the level of approval was something important for a grant-making organization such as ours. Another priority in terms of approaches was to consult local actors and to be guided by them, by their priorities, and to really give the agency to civil society, and that's important. That's what we also learned from our previous work in other crises and war, that civil society should be regarded not as a contractor or an implementer, but really as a partner. And given that those organizations are inside the country, they should guide the process. we can talk more about lessons.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alexandra. Ross, the floor is yours now, and please share here the Mod Foundation's approaches and priorities.
Thank you. I expect I'll just be repeating to some extent what Alexandra has just said, but perhaps on a smaller scale. The Mod Foundation it's been a long-standing funder in Ukraine, but on a relatively small scale. That's some context, and the context for our work. Another bit of context, and I think, again, repeating Alexandra, is that we develop quite long-term relationships with our grantee partners. We will expect that we would make a grant, it's an initial grant for 2 years, but that relationship could go on for 8, 10, 12, 14 years because we have a deep relationship of trust with the grantees and they have the agency. We as a foundation, in a sense, are like passengers. Because the organizations with whom we work are the ones who are deeply embedded in the context, deeply aware of the issues that they face on a day-to-day basis, and in a much better position to respond to changing circumstances, as we've seen in the last 2 months. So our response has been completely guided by the work of our grantee partners and their needs individually as organizations for safety, security, continuation of their work, resilience. As was mentioned before, the fact of the pandemic has been curiously hugely beneficial in terms of allowing organizations or encouraging organizations to develop the kind of flexibility to allow them to work remotely in the blink of an eye. And that's been extraordinary. And you could imagine what it would be like if, on top of everything else, all of the organizations that are here or that are there had to adjust their entire modes of work on top of being in the middle of a war without having any of that previous experience. For our part, though, as a foundation broadly, we have these long-standing relationships of trust with our partners. We are guided by them almost entirely, although in one sort of exception in the wake of the invasion. We have increased our grant making in Ukraine and around Ukraine related to refugees, related to community support quite dramatically, and hope to, well, dramatically in our terms, and hope to continue to do that in future. So we have, where we can, where we provide general operating support for organizations, which is the majority of our grant making, just provided increases based on their perceptions of their organizational needs and their community needs. And we have provided new grants to organizations to help community-based groups respond to the conflict, provide humanitarian, coordinate humanitarian support, coordinate information support, provide assistance to IDPs and outside of the country to refugees, with a view, ideally, to some return. But my colleagues on the panel have been very articulate in laying out sort of detailed strategies and approaches, and I feel almost a little bit sheepish in saying that we haven't created in our work this sort of a very elaborate strategy for how to respond. Our strategy to respond is, these are our partners, we trust them implicitly, they know what they're doing far better than we do. What resources can we provide to them to allow them to move forward as quickly as possible? I hope that we've been able to satisfy that and to satisfy those needs. I think by and large we have, although I think we would all hope in some respects that we could move even a little bit more quickly than we have. But next week we'll see the sort of efforts to increase our grant making come to fruition, I hope, with an additional $2 million of grants being made to partners within Ukraine to support community foundation efforts to work within communities and to support others outside the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ross. And trust is really a tremendously important word, and I'm sure all civil society partners will appreciate that. Thanks for mentioning it. So, Rostislav, the floor is yours. We are like a dual nature. You are not really a donor, so you are a civil society. So, go ahead.
Thanks, Ina, for having us. And I'm the last, so I'll try to keep it brief so that we have more time for discussion. when the war started, we essentially did three things. We first had to cut our existing programs to actually make some money for Ukraine available. We didn't really have that before. In order to support three things. One was quick emergency assistance to civil society organization partners we worked with previously on other programs. That was basically, it was small funding, but it was literally donations. We just wanted to make it free money, basically, so that people can decide what they want to spend it on. Second was media, supporting the media, who basically had seen all of their advertising revenue vanish overnight. That's still a massive issue. And thirdly, because we over the long term had been supporting campaigners and campaigning throughout the regions, we have supported some of the campaigns that were targeting basically these anti-war campaigns or stop the war campaigns that had been targeting, for instance, Belarusian soldiers or Russian soldiers or their families, to actually encourage them not to go, or discourage them from going, or families to basically take them back or try to pull them out of the front. So these three things was what we focused on, and as a result of this kind of very initial sort of cash out to organizations, we realized that the needs are much larger. So we established what we call a Ukraine Truth Defenders Fund that actually combines all these three things. So civil society, media, and campaigning, and we're basically reaching out to philanthropies globally that would not necessarily be ready to fund in Ukraine or would actually fund to Ukraine, but we're just offering this as a vehicle to them to say, hey, if you do want to make even if one-time contribution, you can do it through this. All the money goes to Ukraine. We're not actually taking any overhead over that. So all the money goes to Ukrainians. We currently have one of the campaigning call on our website. So if you're interested in that or know somebody who does some of these campaigns, please feel free to send them our way. We expect and hope to actually get some additional funding for media in particular, because that is a massive issue. There's also obviously some efforts also on that front, and we coordinate with the other funders in the field, but the needs are truly massive there. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Rosa. And really, I must correct myself. You are a donor and the civil society, just like ourselves, the International Renaissance Foundation. Thank you so much, colleagues. So we started talking about lessons learned and about things we would like to adjust and move forward. If I may just ask each of you who are in any order to share one lesson which you think is really something you would want to specifically mention and take it on for our future work. Who would like to share a lesson?
Besides what it works. Oh, wonderful. Besides what I already told about the lessons, and I shared a few, coordination between local organizations and internationals should happen before the crisis. And the mechanisms for coordination, they should be set up before the war, ideally. Because when there is this coordination established, and when there is a trust between locals and internationals, the more support can be guided by local organizations, and more support can go to the right places. I'll be brief.
Thank you. Yes, please. Whoever holds.
I might, on the theme of coordination, also creating a space for our partners to network with each other, and not necessarily in an informal way, but in an intentional way, because as donors that are working across the country, we have visibility on a lot of really creative, really powerful organizations that might be doing something similar, and giving them the space and the opportunity to get into dialogue, to learn from each other, has been quite effective, and something that we had done quite a lot of in southern Ukraine in response to the Kerch Strait incidents, for example. And so we've seen a lot of that cooperation grow into broader partnerships across our grantees, which has been really important.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure I can add a lot more from what compared to what I have already said. But for me, I think having had set into place a system of framework partners for whom to rely on, for first of all, intelligence on needs that civil society has. So for us, working with the partners, and especially those that are here in the room, we had firsthand information based also on the information that they were receiving from sub-grantees on what is actually needed. So that was just tremendously useful in the first days of the crisis. And second, to be able to rely on the help of our partners to disburse funds in a fast way. This was just incredibly useful. And I think this was basically a structural lesson learned for our assistance.
Yeah, thank you.
Ina, it's me. Це моа, це я. Can I make a comment?
Sure. Victoria, go ahead.
I think in Ukraine, among international donor community, we have exemplary coordination between donors and local organizations. For many years, me as a co-leader of media donor coordination and civil society donor coordination, and we co-coordinate media donor coordination with the Swedish Embassy, Olga Sidova, and co-coordinate civil society donor coordination with always colleagues from the EU delegation. Now I'm happy to work with Cinciana. And this has been really a model of donor coordination. And I am aware of the lack of coordination in other countries, but not in Ukraine. And what we do, we are doing this in a strategic manner, which means that to each meeting, we invite local Ukrainian civil society partners depending on the burning issue to inform us, donor organizations, about priority for civil society. Each and every donor does need assessment all the time. We have local partners as direct implementing partners, and one of them is Jednania. And so Jednania is now an equal participant and a host of all donor coordination meetings. And donor coordination meetings provide platform for around 50 participants from all over the world. We always do them from 3 to 5 p.m. Kiev time. And now it's every other week for media donor coordination. So actually, in terms of donor coordination, I think Ukraine is an example. My major lesson is a good one. I'm so proud to have been working for so many years, over 20 years, with our local partners, such as Jednania, that actually changed from and has built their own capacity from being just a grantee many years ago to now implementing partner and providing support to other Ukrainian organizations. I'm proud of all our national and local partners because, and many of you are in the room, unfortunately I cannot see you. I wish I could have been there, but I can't. So we are so proud to have been supporting great civil society actors that further develop and stay at the forefront of defending democracy in Ukraine. So thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Victoria. So we continue from this very important note about really having the civil society partners involved in the dialogues on strategy and on the implementation. Thank you so much for that. So shall we continue with the lessons, please? Would you
Yeah,
like to share or observations?
I was just going to echo exactly what Victoria and other people said, that dialogue is very important. We take human rights and civil society very seriously, and it's our duty to reach out to civil society and talk to them and hear about their priorities and their goals, and to ensure that our agenda, which is to see that Ukraine remains on a democratic path, is aligned with the goals of civil society actors. And so we reach out to them. We do roundtables with them. We take them out to lunch. We buy them Coca-Colas. We do surveys. We have this conversation, and we try to make them feel comfortable to share with us what's really important for them and how they believe that they can achieve their goals, and how we can be a partner in helping them achieve their goals. One of the top priorities last year for many civil society actors and defenders was combating domestic violence. And so we worked very closely with them to form a team where we provided $800,000 in support, funded 20 to 25 different NGOs so that they could start a campaign to end the scourge of domestic violence. And when the war broke out, it was devastating for all of us, but we adapted, and we were in close contact with our civil society friends and implementing partners to see how we could respond quickly. And that meant providing food, it meant providing medicines, fuel, relocating people. Those needs have changed, and we're looking at how we can continue to support civil society. But the dialogue is very important, and it's how we achieve both of our goals.
Thank you. Thank you. Ashley, would you like to continue?
Sure, thanks. Mine is a bit of a lesson learned, and it's a bit of an opportunity going forward. So I think we have seen in Ukraine that civil society organizations can help make a governance more inclusive. They can help identify the needs in their communities, advocate for them, and help make sure that hold the government to account in spending its money in ways that affect individuals and communities. We are about to see in the next few months and years billions upon billions of dollars be poured into Ukraine. You as civil society need to start now to work with your governments, to work with your community, to identify what your priorities are, and to make sure your government at the local level, at the regional level, and at the national level know how you want that money spent and how you want it prioritized, and to keep holding them to account. Don't let this money just go to the national level and stay there and be spent, in good ways, building houses and other things, but not necessarily in the specific ways that you need. Don't forget that you are going to need kindergartens rebuilt, that you will need maternity hospitals, and that you will need sewage plants rebuilt, right? All of these things are what make a community function and make it a nice place to live, a comfortable place to live. And you and your organizations on the ground know where that money needs to be spent, and you have extensive experience over decades having those conversations with government. Don't let that stop now. Get engaged quickly, early. Use those networks. And start to build those priorities now. Let's not spend all the money on fancy sports complexes. Let's make sure that kindergartens and childcare and psychosocial assistance, right? Let's make sure that we can all get the help that we need to move past the very traumatic last few months and build a healthy society going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this really important call for the participatory and inclusive governance, and, well, the very role of the civil society of holding the governments accountable for delivering for the people. Thank you so much for this. So, lessons learned.
It's not much of a lesson learned. It's a bit of a sort of zoom out, and I just want to say how actually impressed I have been to see how quickly civil society organizations, and along with all of society in Ukraine, actually immediately turned around and responded completely to the new and in many ways terrible priorities, but incredibly quick and incredibly effective way. And I think this is just to say that how this kind of past decades of the assistance that have been provided, donor assistance that have been provided, and this kind of state building has worked and I think that we very often do not, in the sort of, especially in the middle of a crisis, you don't appreciate how much actually has already been achieved, how much Ukrainian society has actually achieved. So I just wanted to sort of say huge respect to all of you who actually have done this amazing turnaround and actually have made this Ukraine standing in a way in the face of the aggression of the war, of the Russian war, possible.
Thank you.
I wouldn't say so much a lesson learned or necessarily, I mean, it is possibly an opportunity. I think that, I mean, obviously this is a different category of crisis that Ukraine is in, and that's affecting the world beyond Ukraine. But, in different ways, the world has been in crisis for at least 3 years with the pandemic and everything that stemmed from that, and then to have to think that it's over, and then it's not. In fact, it's only getting worse. I think it puts an onus on us as donors, looking at it from that perspective, to be more aware of, or more prepared to work under kind of permanent crisis conditions, by which I mean to say the very structured, familiar, bureaucratic way of doing things really maybe isn't the way to go forward with the providing support to organizations in all kinds of different contexts, because in different ways those contexts are akin to crisis, and we need to be more, I think, responsive or more aware of that and react accordingly.
Wonderful, thank you.
And one more thing, as you made me think, and remember actually one thing I thought about yesterday over the International Civil Society panel, and it's a bit of a piece of advice to Ukrainian civil society, I think, to in a way, you of course it's and specifically in respect to this kind of future EU perspective and membership, that massive kind of change has happened in a way in Europe in terms of accepting the idea, but I would just suggest that to the extent it's possible to spare some time on this priority, do not think this is a deal done in a way, as hard as it sounds. Please use all these networks that have been built through, assistance in other countries, in Western Europe in particular, for humanitarian aid, for advocacy, for assistance to Ukraine, and sort of for raising the Ukraine cause, solidify them and keep them going. It's very critical. You don't need to care about us, about Central Europe, Poland, Czech Republic. We're totally on your side. You need to work in Germany, you need to work on France. This will be the roadblocks, quite frankly. I'm not diplomat, I can say it. So we need to achieve actually discourse change, in particular in Germany. And I think you have a great role to play in that. And there is a huge opportunity at this time that we need to kind of build on. So that's one little bit piece of advice, and we'll be able to and happy to help and facilitate in the ways we can.
Yeah, thank you, Slav, so much.
Ina.
Victoria, I know it's impossible to stop you when you really want to make a comment.
Right,
1 minute.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Yes, colleagues, it's not a conflict. It's not a crisis. It's the war. And not Russia's war, maybe Russian war, because 80% of Russia population supports this war. It's the war of the Russian people against the Ukrainian people. Efforts, I agree with Rostislav, educational anti-propaganda efforts in Germany, in France, in Hungary are of paramount importance. In Africa, everywhere in the world, it's Russian war against Ukraine and against democracy in the world.
Thank you, Victoria. And I think it's a message both to the donor community and to the civil society. And we can continue discussing this further. Colleagues, I'm conscious of time, which is really flying by. And we've discussed so much. So we mentioned the mechanisms and tools and methods, which was actually another question I was going to ask. But if you allow me, shall we ask, have the opportunity for our colleagues and participants to ask their questions, and maybe some of them will be about methods and mechanisms. And I know there are many voices from the donor community which are critically missing here in this panel, and we cannot have all of us here today, but we will continue this conversation. But there's one voice I definitely would like to call on, and this was already mentioned here, the European Endowment for Democracy, and Svetlana Kobzar. She's over there in the audience. May I ask for Svetlana just for, in a way, a summary, something you would be doing if you were here moderating the panel, wrapping up the conversation and moving, linking it to the questions which we will then be able to address from there.
Thank you so much. And thanks a lot for organizers of this conference. It's really wonderful to see so many colleagues and so many partners as well, because a lot of the issues that we talk about, they're already doing. Maybe just quickly, quick points from European Endowment for Democracy, which I represent today. For us, we've all, I think, here on the same page. We've seen civil society being the first responder in crisis. Now, it's not surprising that this war, it's also it's society's effort to respond that makes a big difference. So that's the first point. And for us at European Endowment for Democracy, the primary aim in the very beginning was on the first day of the war, when we asked, how do we remove the barriers for civil society to do their job in the most efficient and fast way possible, because they already know what they need, they're already doing what they're doing, and they're doing it regardless of our support. So how do we remove those barriers, give them support in a fast and flexible way so they can do their jobs? Second point, in being able to do that, we had to rely on our blueprints. I think Alexandra mentioned this already, that we cannot invent things completely from scratch during the war, because we are in reactive mode. People are in reactive mode, donors are also in reactive mode. So we rely on the blueprints, on relations, on structures that we also have, and then based on that, we tweak them. And here it's already, we relied also on our good relations, including with Canada, including with the EU delegation and our partners, EU member states who contribute to Basket Fund, that gave us resources to tweak our support and think of how can we be even faster and more flexible. And that meant that within the first weeks of war, we were able to provide support within 12 hours of request. We had enormous request from media, and already was mentioned, and we coordinate closely on that. But we must say that we received requests from bomb shelters, of journalists who continue to work, sometimes leaving voice messages. And then thinking, we cannot go back to them and ask, can you fill in our Annex D or our country? We had to really think, how do we take that burden from them and allow them just to continue their jobs? But we had to also rely on flexibility of our partners, So that's, in a way, very interdependent, I think, relations. And this is, I think, where we can reflect on that's important to have. And maybe just to finish off, we cannot predict the future, as I mentioned also yesterday, but we can prepare for it, not in knowing what will happen, but knowing really well these mechanisms which have worked. And for us, this emergency support, I think, have had lots of lessons learned also within EED, which we will see. Can we operate in the same model for other countries, sometimes when there are needs? And Sinzan already mentioned the pandemic. And I think during the pandemic, we've also thought, how can we respond in a more flexible and fast way? And then we took that to the next level during the war. And I think we'll have to do some soul searching as well and see how do we apply that. But the two priorities, I think, that are already emerging, I think, for other donors, because ED, in a way, is a fast responder to the needs and things which are just evolving. It feels like working for emergency, medical emergency kind of scheme. That's media still. We've been having a lot of requests, enormous. So to see how do we tailor that long term. International advocacy is something also that we don't normally do as such on this scale, but lately, at least in Brussels and other capitals, we've seen civil society punching above their weight and actually connecting their causes to international causes, which are shared, people to people, about kleptocracy, corruption issues, energy security, and so on. So these issues, which we've seen Ukrainian civil society working really hard, making big difference in advocacy, advocating for their government, now we see that effort also translated on the international stage. I'll stop here, but thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Svetlana. I see already many hands in the audience, and I'm sure there will be many more questions that our colleagues who are online may wish to ask. So what I suggest is we collect as many questions as possible. Then the panelists are invited to pick the questions you would like to respond to. And if we cannot respond now, immediately, we will park the questions for our future conversations and definitely will use them when we have our next donor coordination discussions, and that would be extremely useful. So please, colleagues, if you kindly can keep your comments brief, 1 minute, 2 minutes maximum, so that we could get as many questions as possible and still give an opportunity to our panelists to respond to the questions they will want to address. So who goes first? Just pick the microphone, identify yourself, and ask a question. You can direct it specifically to some of the participants or to everyone.
Доброго дня. Перше хочу подякувати дійсно донорам.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express our gratitude to donors for their coordination and for their immediate support to Ukraine and organizations of civil society. I would like to mention a couple of things we actually faced, because not all organizations went abroad. Some organizations stayed here. They had to reprofile their activities, and certain aspects of our works have to be cancelled. For example, we stopped our profile activity regarding anti-corruption. Now we just postpone it for some later times. So a couple of statements. Probably you will be able to mention it to other donors. Not all the donors allowed to reprofile the activities of the organizations, and certain projects have been frozen. It means that the staff was left without any work, because if you are fully employed in civil society organizations, you do not have any other means to provide for your family. Not all the donors managed to reduce to minimum the number of our documents and reports which should have been submitted. For example, there were certain things related to humanitarian aid that requested about 10 reports, 10 annexes to be filled in. And I can actually name just very few projects which allowed, which made it possible for us to submit our application. For example, we had the situation with Yednanya. We understood the priority was to work in the East, and we were a bit late with our project, and therefore we were not selected. Talking about journalists, and I would like to make it clear, for 2 months we were not able to provide protection means to our journalists, like the bulletproof vests were sent to the most critical regions. But I think there should be at least several bulletproof vests left in relatively safe regions. For example, the journalists remained without any jobs. The journalist community now is actually unprotected. We are not able to provide assistance to all of them. There were certain reprofiling made, there were some relocation, and financing was streamlined to some other projects. I'm not speaking about those regions where the journalists cannot physically operate. For example, some of them funded their projects on the basis of advertisements. Now there are no advertisements, there are no commercials, and certain journalists are left without any financial assistance. And I ask you to pay more attention to mass media, to journalists, and probably the financial organizations working in Ukraine should cooperate more with local financial organizations. For example, I didn't have any chance to attend any meetings with donors, though I work in Khmelnytsky region. That was just a comment, not a question. And we have another participant to provide his or her comment.
I used to be a donor in the region. I used to represent Poland.
Welcome, Krzysztof.
And I'm one of these crazy guys who invented European Endowment for Democracy. Definitely, what we see today, I represent the city of Lublin. We have 40,000 refugees, and we support them. And our committee was founded 5 hours after first bombings. We support those as well as we send humanitarian trucks to Ukraine in large numbers. Saying frankly, we do not see too much coordination. We completed majority of our activities before any international coordination show up, and I used to be part of the international community of donors. I know what I'm talking about. We completed sending 25 trucks with Swiss aid before the humanitarian channel was open. 2 lessons. First, the most important lesson we see in Poland, working also directly with Ukraine, is cooperation between local government and local NGOs and civil society. And this is something extremely important for now, but this is also my question to you for tomorrow. It will be the end of the war. One of the important elements will be partnership between small local governments from the Western Europe and Ukraine. And I'm not talking about city of Lublin, Minster, Lviv, Kharkiv. No, I'm talking about the small communities. On renovation of school, or building or delivering seeds, and so on and so on. In what way we can involve local civil society organizations in this process? How we will be prepared to do that, not to cover the costs. The costs can be covered by the partners. In what way we can really link them on the local community level, not on the national level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Krzysztof. Please, next questions.
My name is Tina Hidashele. I come from Georgia. It's not a question, very short, very brief, in line of cooperation, more of a proposal. Well, I come from Georgia, as I've already said, and yes, I do not represent a donor, but there is a huge experience in Georgia with war crimes documentation and the work with the ICC, lobbying, advocating, providing evidence. Only in short 8 months after the August war in 2008, we've collected about 12,000 facts and evidences and proofs of the war crimes committed in Georgia. So that's all I wanted to say. There is this experience, there is the full readiness to cooperate if there is any interest and any need of it. Just for you to know that Georgian civil society stands ready at any moment to be of help and support.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the solidarity and the offer of collaboration and help. Very useful. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Oksana. I represent Germany. I'm the member of the Cultural Center Siege. I represent donor organization. From the first day, I actually managed to bring 800 Ukrainians to Germany. So the activities of our cultural center was transformed into that of humanitarian assistance, integration, medical assistance, translation. So our cultural center spends all this culture money on humanitarian aid. The question is it possible for us to cooperate with UN, because our funds also are restricted to some extent? Instead of 2,000 refugees, which we actually planned to welcome, we welcomed 12,000. We also opened Ukrainian school or some language courses. Our volunteers are actually extremely tired and exhausted. We all have our families. So we would be really grateful for cooperation. And I also would like to speak to you regarding information attack in Germany. I'm talking talking about support of pro-Russian propaganda. Thank you. Well, we actually have 3 minutes left to our official end of the panel.
Victoria, let's wait a little bit. We still have more questions.
Actually, I do not have a question. I, first of all, would like to express our gratitude to all the countries and all the governments providing assistance to Ukraine. And I would like to express particular gratitude to Poland, who actually acted as if it were a sister of Ukraine, a native sister of Ukraine. I'm from Kherson, which is temporarily occupied city. I represent an organization, a successful woman, and the members of our organization now live all over Ukraine, and they are also in Europe because everybody was trying to save his or her life. We know what torturing is. For example, the accountant of our organization actually was captured, and we managed to liberate her. I would like to mention the following. It's very important to work in the information area, because the information that is spread in different sources sometimes is very dangerous for temporarily occupied territories. For example, there was a message that in one of the underground premises of the church, there are 56 orphan children. The Russian soldiers actually managed to find those children, and actually they took them away to Russia. Civil society in those temporarily occupied territories are real heroes because they cooperate with local self-governance bodies. But for us, it is important to ensure secure channels of communication. We should clearly understand what can be published openly and what should be secure and safe channels of communication that will enable us to protect our people. Thank you very much for your attention. We can take 2 more questions and then there will be some discussion. I'll try to be brief. My name is Anna Xenachenko. I'm the president of the organization Between Cities that actually work on the issues of twin cities. I'm from Vasilkov town, and during first hours I took my kids and I went to Poland. We covered 3,000 kilometers. It was a difficult journey for us. And I would like to draw attention of international organizations to the fact that both during the first hours of war and even now, there are lots of common people who even cannot be called volunteers because they have never been doing this before, but still they manage now to ensure buying quadricopters, bulletproof vests. And when I was driving to Poland, lots of people were giving me calls and asking, where can we find this or that, a helmet, a bulletproof vest, because my husband or my brother is in territorial defense unit. And the same calls I get now. The question is, I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. How can we organize the activities in such a way that some newly established organizations can get some assistance? For example, people are ready to donate 20 hryvnias, 100 hryvnias, just in order to be able to buy those things for their brothers, husbands and fathers from their native cities. People also go to local city councils or town councils where they can get some funding. And common people do not know about such organizations as USAID because they have never been working with them. But there are actually lots of common people doing a lot for our defenders. Actually, the last question, please. There is no mic. Please give. Thank you very much. I would like to be brief. I'm a lawyer, Ukrainian Helsinki group. I'm a lawyer from Kyiv. I'm not a refugee, but I'm a person who temporarily moved to Warsaw with my kids. I would like to express our gratitude to our Georgian colleagues for being ready to share their experience on documenting war crimes. And we are all lawyers now. We all buy different things, the bulletproof vests, some other equipment, and we know all the websites, where to buy, how to pack, where to transfer these things. It's well done. But at the same time, the lawyers are documenting war crimes, and it is really important now. And I would like to draw attention of our donors that it's necessary to increase funding for these activities, because there were lots of female lawyers. They now left Ukraine. Those male lawyers are now soldiers. They are in the territorial defense units, and we actually try to equip them, try to provide them with ammunition. And actually, there are not many lawyers who actually can document those war crimes. We may engage some others, but we need more funding that the organizations have. For example, in Poland, there is a Helsinki Human Rights Foundation. I understand that they also plan to do some war crimes documentation, because there are lots of lawyers being Ukrainian lawyers who are here now, but their resources are limited. I met those Polish lawyers, and they state that their resources are limited, and it's necessary to increase these resources, and therefore we need some donor interest in this area. And in Helsinki Foundation here in Kyiv have experience. They have the well-established algorithm, because they have been doing it since 2014, but now it's really a large-scale operation. I'll be very brief. I represent Erasmus Plus and European Solidarity Corps program, and it's really a shame that the European Commission taking the new sanctions and excluding Russia from a number of programs still did not exclude Russia from Erasmus Plus and from European Solidarity Corps. So it shows that there is lack of coordination, and there are lots of programs, educational programs, that invite both Russians and Ukrainian. So my question is that there should be some coordination in this area.
Distinguished panelists, pick a question.
Ina. Yes, Ina, I can briefly answer all questions, okay, and then colleagues will add, okay?
Shall we? Victoria, yes, please, but
briefly. Перший коментар від Інституту масової інформації.
The first comment from the Institute of Mass Information about the donors who were not allowed to do something. Please address Oksana Romanyuk, your director. She knows me well, so just give a name who did something wrong. Talking about protection of journalists, we know about all the needs. I promise that there will be more support given to journalists, and particularly we streamline support to the Institute of Mass Information, so believe me, there will be more support. Local issues, local support, also please write to me. Oksana Romanyuk knows my email, my coordinates.
Humanitarian coordination. There is a separate humanitarian coordination group, maybe Shadrach will know, maybe other colleagues will know contacts, I don't know. Regarding cooperation with at the local level between Polish and Ukrainian cities, organizations, and so forth, just do it. Everything is an easy Google. We have, for your information, we have a large project that might support such partnerships. It's called Hoverla. It's an easy Google, and it's USA decentralization project. Maybe through that project, some financial support will be possible. Georgia, documentation. We have a lot of Georgians working in Ukraine, one thing, so you can channel through them. Also, this conference is a great venue for you to get in touch with Helsinki Group and other Ukrainian organizations. German Cultural Center, немецкий культурный центр, Не знаю, що вам відповісти.
German Cultural Center, I actually do not know what to answer about potential cooperation with UN. You have to actually come into contact with UN representatives. Talking about support to the volunteers, it was a question from Vasilkiv. Well, your colleagues from Jednania program will be able to assist and support you. You have a chance to discuss certain issues with them during this conference. The last question, Erasmus+, this is the question to our European colleagues. I would like to add about volunteers that together with the European Commission, we have a program, Trimaimus 3, Stay Together. This is just about volunteers.
Yeah, maybe I can go. I don't have answers to all the questions. So unfortunately, yes, yes, but maybe I just this last one deserves at least a mention to say message taken. I will do my best to pass it forward, but of course it's not within my remit to reply on something as big as the implementation of sanctions. But going in the order, so on the question of bulletproof vests, I'm very surprised to hear about this because we actually have since late February, beginning of March, we have started two projects. One with MDF to provide 200 bulletproof vests via Chernivtsi towards south and east Ukraine, and then another project with Reporters Without Borders, in which IMI is a partner, and they are responsible particularly for procurement of 200 bulletproof vests via the Lviv media center that you guys have set up. I'm a little bit surprised to hear that the bulletproof vests are still missing.
It's not enough, Cynthiana. The point is, it's not enough, and
The point is, it's not enough.
More are needed.
Okay, I understand, but maybe there is some miscommunication there because we have specifically, said in the early days of the crisis that we are ready to support the needs as they are, and I have not been communicated that there will be other needs. So if there are other needs and if the needs have increased, then I would like to hear them now because we can still kind of try to meet these needs as they are now. Then on city-to-city cooperation, yes, there is an initiative that we are now considering. However, for us at the EU level, it is a little bit premature to consider this type of initiatives when it comes to the support that the EU delegation can provide, because we are expecting EU internal funds to also be mobilized to support cities in countries like Poland, but others, Slovakia, Romania, to cope with the influx of refugees as well, and to coordinate humanitarian assistance. And I believe there were some other things I wanted to say, but I'll keep it here.
Дозвольте дуже короткий коментар щодо бронежилетів для журналістів.
I would like to briefly comment the issue of bulletproof vest and other equipment for journalists. Be attentive to whom you provide assistance. If, for example, certain things go to the Union of Journalists chaired by Mr. Milenko, this is post-Soviet organization, and he was actually protecting some journalists involved in Russian propaganda. I, for example, heard that certain bulletproof vests were going through Lviv. National Journalist Union of Ukraine cannot be the organization receiving certain assistance. Probably there should be no discussion right now.
Just one general comment inspired by this mention of the cities and city-to-city cooperation. The way that I kind of think the international aid and assistance should develop and be structured for Ukraine. We stepped in. We did not actually previously fund in Ukraine. We stepped in simply because we thought, okay, we can kind of make some funds available that would otherwise not reach the ground. We're happy to do that, but frankly, I think we should be out. Like organizations like us should be out in a way. The money should go directly to Ukrainians, and should basically, in international projects, the projects should be led by Ukrainians, Ukrainian organizations, Ukrainian cities, and sort of structured by them, and of course, working with international partners. But I think that we, in a way, we've seen this paradigm shift in a way where you have, Ukrainian president in many ways acting as a global actor these days. And I think that we should actually make this shift also in the international assistance to allow actually mature, good, strong Ukrainian organizations be the lead, be the ones that actually drive the way that assistance is structured and delivered, and sort of take the lead in international aid projects. I think that with these donors here, it's easier. I think there will be more work to be done with European governments, bilateral in particular. I think this is where there's still this kind of thinking we give money to an EU organization that then sort of takes a junior partner from Ukraine is much more present than it is with those who are on the panel. But I think this needs to change.
Thank you. These answers? Any answers?
Maybe I can, because I now remembered another answer that I wanted to give. So the colleague from Helsinki Union, yes, if I understood correctly through the translation, Ukrainian Human Rights Union. Okay. So basically, well, again, I would like to understand what the issue is a little bit better, because we have, well, one project that is ending. We have been funding for quite some time, the Helsinki Human Rights Union, and also a project that has started right now. And I haven't actually, heard anything as to what your intentions would be, but definitely, in the same vein as Rostia was mentioning, you can bring on board. I mean, it is up to you when you are the recipient of our funding. If you want to bring on board organizations that can support you, then it should be at your initiative. But it cannot be ours to say, yes, work with this Polish or, I don't know, Romanian, Hungarian organization. Yeah. So, but you do have this flexibility to ask for your foreign partners, to be involved and for us to repurpose assistance in that direction.
Any more answers?
So I'll have one quick go. A little bit about the question of cooperation between local communities. Rather than cooperation between local authorities as such, one prospect, and we might hear about this later in a panel happening after the break, is cooperation among community foundations, or fondhromady, as institutions of community trust and community resources, which the Mott Foundation has supported in Ukraine for many years and in Eastern Europe and indeed around the world for some time. And we are now, as I alluded to earlier, supporting the work of a network of community foundations in Eastern Europe who are in communities where refugees from Ukraine are being hosted. So if there's an opportunity to link those community organizations, fondhromady in Ukraine and partners elsewhere, that may be an avenue in for local communities, local authorities to work more closely together.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the very practical suggestion, really worth taking on forward. Ashley, you would like to answer?
Just very quickly, there's so many questions. I won't get to them all, but I do want to build, again, I think this question of communities is key. I think so much of what will happen in the weeks and months and years ahead will happen at the community level. I happened to have dinner the other night with the head of the ULEAD project from the EU, and we talked a little bit about twinning opportunities between, and I think the person who raised the point mentioned it as well, between Ukrainian cities or Hromadas and European or others. Certainly, I think there are opportunities to engage with North American communities and beyond. I think there are lots of opportunities to share expertise and to use that as a fundraising opportunity as well for communities. One of the things I would just like to highlight, though, is that we have had enormous contributions of goods from Canadians, and particularly from the Ukrainian Canadian diaspora. And now we have large bins of shoes and clothes and food and all sorts of things sitting in warehouses in Canada that no one can fly over because planes are very, very expensive. So if you are engaging with organizations abroad, please do remember that the cost of transport from North America is very expensive, and it's far better for you to ask for funding, for money that you can spend in the way that you need, than to get them excited about collecting shoes and things for communities. So much money is being wasted on plane flights of things that are not necessary. But again, there's lots of organizations out there and people with whom you should be connecting and who want to support you. So do make those connections and do work with them. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. So I'm conscious of keeping people from their copy, but this is such an important conversation indeed, so please.
Where are we going?
Any answers?
Will not repeat on the community level, but agree that a lot will be happening on the community level. And also heard about the journalists and bulletproof vests. Supply chains are quite difficult now, but much more bulletproof vests and physical protection for journalists is coming. That's what I've been hearing from other donors as well. In terms of support of volunteers and humanitarian aid, and that's what Ina already said, it's also coming. And also organizations, civil society organizations that are connected to communities are probably the ones also that can respond to some of these needs, and happy to make connections in these specific regions. But I think you're already connected. And sharing experience, I very much agree on the Georgian experience. And also, I think that sharing experience with other countries and with how documentation was taking place in other parts of the world where war happened, it's also important. And that's what we are also supporting some of the international organizations to build that capacity and experience sharing with Ukrainian lawyers and documentators. We'll stop here, but...
Thank you. Yes, please.
And maybe just one... Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. I just want to also acknowledge the importance of information safety. And I think that's a really critical point, especially in these areas that are newly occupied. I do know a lot of Ukrainian media organizations are putting out guidelines, as well as the government, on what is, how to protect people as you're sharing information about needs and things like that. And so certainly that is a key issue. More of those guidelines need to be shared more broadly so that people don't inadvertently end up putting other people at risk when they're talking about real needs that are. So I certainly acknowledge that point, and it's a critical issue.
Thank you. So the last chance, Peter, would you like to?
Let me just echo our defense of media, and that we're doing a lot. Shadrach knows very well that we work a lot on media. Media issues. There's definitely, we're looking at the issues of the here and now for keeping media safe, whether it's flak jackets or helmets, or even armored vehicles, to be quite frank. But we're also thinking about what's in reporters' heads and how they can do a better job keeping themselves safe. And there are safe journalism practices. There's war journalism and how to report in the fog of war and get that story correct. So we're thinking about that as well. And we're also thinking a little bit further beyond the horizon. What about sustainability? What about these media operations? How can we help them in the future be sustainable as well? We can't ignore that issue. And we need to be thinking about how they can continue to commercialize content. I know it's difficult. Advertising is zero right now. But thinking about the day when the war is over, and I think that's what we're supposed to be doing, and thinking about priorities for press and the media and civil society, and thinking about how they can be safe in the here and now, how their operations can continue, and they can continue to do a great job. And what about the future, and how do they remain sustainable, and how do they keep Ukraine on a democratic path? Thank you.
Thank you. With this wonderful message about what about the future and how we keep the operation sustainable, not just for the media, but for the civil society in general, which would include the volunteers, which would include every Ukrainian who feels he or she wants to contribute, and everyone across the democratic world who needs to contribute and knows how to do that. Let me thank the panelists. Let me thank everyone. And we'll continue. There are so many issues which we still need to carry on about. Thank you so much. And I do apologize that we've overstayed, and I hope it was worth it. Thank you.
Good morning, dear participants of the panel session, Women at the Crossroads of War. I'm happy to see live faces, live people here. Welcome to all those staying with us online and all those who will be watching our recording later. Thanks a lot to the organizers of the conference, to all the donors and partners for providing us an opportunity to speak today about the roles women are in at the crossroads of war. We are holding this event within the project The Voice of Women and Leadership of Ukraine, supported by the Canadian government and implemented by Ukrainian Women's Fund. I'm Leslie Yaroshenko from Ukrainian Women's Fund, and I'm going to be the moderator. And the questions today will be addressed to Ashley Mulrooney from the Embassy of Canada in Ukraine, Katerina Levchenko, Government Commissioner for Gender Policy, online, Natalia Karbovska, Ukrainian Women's Fund, Olena Suslova, Information and Consultation Women's Center, online, Olena Shevchenko, Public Organization Inside, the co-organizer of the March of Women. And here we have Angela Litvinenko from the NGO Successful Women, her son, and Daria Rosochata, the Association of Women Lawyers of Ukraine, Eurofem. Welcome.
Ви можете ставити запитання в залі.
You may ask questions from the audience. We will have some time for this. And we would encourage you to be active and would encourage the online participants to also ask questions. We would like to be brief, to be concise.
Зараз під час війни все
It's like during the war, everything has become much more valuable, has come to be much more appreciated. The value of time, the value of words. That's why we'll try to have something like a talk show here in our studio.
Якщо раптом потрібно буде когось призупинити.
And if it's necessary to stop someone, and I'm not good at that as a moderator, and even before the war, I kept saying that I needed training on effective interruption of people. So, in order to do this in the most efficient way, I will try to wave this flag of Ukraine, which is a very important, very special flag for me because it was painted by the children of one Polish family that hosted my family. So probably it's not an ideal flag. It has been torn out of the children's album, but if I'm waving the Ukrainian flag, it means it's high time you stopped.
Отже, починаємо.
So let's start.
Жінки на перехрестях війни. Ми
So women at the crossroads of war. Ukrainian women, the same as the whole of Ukraine, have got to the crossroads of the whole world's geopolitical interests, civilization dimensions. We have taken different social roles because we are providing help, we are getting help, we are evacuating people, we are being evacuated, we are fighting, and we are being fought for. And the last event held by our fund 65 days ago on the 23rd of February, this was the last event before the war, was dedicated to the commencement of the new stage of our activity related to localization of the National Action Plan, Women, Peace, Security. And we collected about 200 people from 13 regions of Ukraine. These were the people involved in the security, defense sector, and educational facilities, both military and civil ones, in the public sector. And these are the people representing public entities, the government, as well. And it became clear that women of Ukraine do have plans concerning the war, concerning peace building. But, of course, the 24th of February was supposed to be the second day of our event. And unfortunately, we didn't have a meeting on the 24th of February. I was not ready for that. I didn't put my suit to the wardrobe, but I had to put on some sports were to perform the tasks which became more urgent. So let me ask the panelists, what has been the change in your activity? I mean, how did your activity change on the 24th of February? Were the missions, the changes, the missions, the values changed, or only the objectives and the approaches changed? Natalia? Good afternoon, dear participants. Definitely new challenges appeared after the 24th of February. But I think that we cannot tell that we were to start from scratch. In fact, since 2014, women's organizations, feminist organizations, started working with displaced persons from Donetsk and Luhansk regions. And back then, the same as now, most displaced persons were women and children. Over this period of time, over these years, we have been trying out different approaches, establishing new systems and trying to find answers to a lot of questions. And I can tell you that we are aware of what we should do and how we should do it. Back then, we realized the importance of quick and flexible support provision that would be based only on the needs of our target audiences. Provision of support that would be instantaneous, here and now. And I would say that we could call this support feministic support because it is based on feministic principle. From the very first day and week of the war, Ukrainians Women's Funds launched a new set of programs of quick grants, and now on the 65th day of the war, we have 65 grants that we have provided to women's organizations from different parts of Ukraine. Which means that we allocate a grant on a daily basis, be it Saturday or Sunday, or be it the workday, and we pass quick decisions within 72 hours because we realize how important support is for women's organizations. Of course, it's much more difficult for all of us to work now than it was in 2014, 2015. A lot more of us have become displaced persons. I'm also a displaced person. My family is a family of displaced persons. Unfortunately, I cannot be staying in Kyiv now. And you know, I've come here to Warsaw for 2 days with my 4-year-old grandson. And I've noticed that he falls into tears and he is trying to hide every time he hears the siren of the ambulance or the police car here in Warsaw. We have been torn apart by this war. Each of us, our children have been torn apart, our parents, ourselves have been torn apart by this war. Mariupol, Bucha, Irpin, Borodyanka, this is what refers to all of us. But you know, now we have come to realize how important it is for us to stay together. And I'm looking at my colleagues from Warsaw. You know, I'm really grateful to them for coming here today, for supporting us. We realize how important it is to have sisters and brothers, how it's important it is to have solidarity, to have networks, not just in Ukraine, but abroad. And let me express my gratitude to representatives not just of feminist movements, but of all the movements. Let me express gratitude to all the people who appreciate this importance of networking. Thank you, Natalia. In your work, what changed on the 24th of February? Yeah, good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me? I'm really grateful for raising this topic at this conference. It's a really important topic that matters because the overwhelming majority of women are now displaced persons together with their children, and they feel this pain in a different way that men do. I've recently read the statement that women and men experience the war in different ways. Men do it through blood and women do it through tears. And that's really true, but this doesn't mean that we should give up. No, we have to move on and to do what we can And the Association of Women Lawyers of Ukraine, Eurofem, has also changed. Before the 24th of February, we were advocating the rights of women in the legal field. These were the rights of women who were victims to discrimination. We had some gender-based projects. We were trying to prevent some risks that could appear in the dimension of women's rights protection. But the 24th of February changed our mission and vision. And we were assisted in this by the strategic session that was not ready for the challenges of the war, but was ready for the challenges that we could further face. We had this strategic session in January when we discussed who we are and what we are doing and for whom we are doing this. And these were the questions which we asked ourselves in the first week of the war when we didn't know where to find the answers to these questions. And actually the answers that we gave at the strategic session helped us understand where we are in the first week of the war. And we think that this is a very good case for all public organizations. You need to get back to the question who you are and what you are doing. And the answers to these questions will help you find your way at the crossroads of war. As far as the question about the change of our activity is concerned, I guess that majorly it has changed in the directions and the range of topics covered by us. Before the full-scale aggression and war, we had been helping women with legal issues and women who had experienced discrimination. Now we are helping everyone who is in need of different profile help. We have started providing short consultations. We had never done this before. But Lester has mentioned that it's really important to get brief and concise information that could be understood within several seconds for you to understand your action plan. The Center of Counteracting Disinformation affiliated to the National Security and Defense Council have also used our consultations, which is a confirmation of the fact that public activity is also important for the state and it's helping the state. Let me mention that our team also faced certain challenges, which are psychological challenges. I guess that every NGO has faced such challenges, as Natalia has mentioned. There was a certain pause in our activity, and then we had a meeting, and we have ongoing meetings with a psychotherapist who helps us get inspired with our previous work, previous activity, previous steps. Every member of our association has a chance to cooperate with the psychotherapist who can give consultations, who can do counseling and help. Also, we would like to point it out that we're helping other women, in particular these displaced persons. We help with the issues of migration. We help through analytical materials, through different webinars, so information related to war crimes. And the quarantine experience has really helped us. During the previous panels, it has been mentioned many a time that the pandemic helped us to arrange our remote work. And here is another important point. We used to work within the legal community with women lawyers, judges, notaries, but now these lawyers, these attorneys are helping other women. They are organizing webinars. They are telling about the legal problems every citizen of Ukraine is now facing. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. I didn't even have to wave my magic flag. Katerina Levchenko, the commissioner, government commissioner for gender policy, she's online with us. So please, could you tell us about the changes in your activity that happened on the 24th of February? Welcome, dear colleagues. I'm glad that you can have a meeting in the room, and I would definitely be happy to join you in person, but unfortunately, it's not possible so far. And this is, by the way, one of the tricks of our work, that we are working a lot online. We have meetings, online meetings. We discuss different regulatory acts online, but it would be better to have more offline opportunities. Even during the pandemic, we had such opportunities, but now these opportunities are limited, which creates certain restrictions in terms of our work and in terms of our personal life, because we are constantly in danger. Our life is in danger, and that means psychological load, which is also a factor affecting the work of all those staying in the area where Russian missiles are flying. But we continue our work, and we did not stop it for any single day. And it's very important for our national stakeholders and international partners to realize this, to realize that Ukraine keeps working. NGOs keep working, volunteering organizations keep working. And it's very good that great attention was paid in the previous years to the development of the legislative framework in the field of gender equality, and that it's important that the national mechanism in this field was developed, because we have the network of advisors on gender issues, which keeps working, which keeps functioning, and which is a very efficient tool that helps us communicate now with most of the regions, with cities, with towns, with state institutions. We have commissioners, we have coordinators on gender issues, both at the level of ministries and the level of different regions. And there is not that much red tape now. And we used to settle things through writing official letters, but now the procedure is simplified, and it's easier to work via this network and to settle different issues. We've become more persistent in our work. We have always been persistent, that's true, but now, when we understand that we need to do something, we are trying to squeeze within very concise, very short term, and we demand the same from our partners. And what has also changed is that we definitely face new challenges, which we will speak about, and we need to respond very quickly to those challenges. I may tell you that strategic things remain important, and you may get the impression that strategic issues have gone more to the background, and now we work more with tactical issues because we need to respond quickly. But it's absolutely clear for us that efficient responding to today's emergencies and challenges is not possible with no strategic vision and background. And that's why we're also trying to cooperate with government-based and international organizations in strategic issues as well. And of course, there's come more work with international organizations, because we need to reorient the system of international technical and humanitarian aid by including the issues related to the gender component, quick answers into it. There should be flexibility, there should be no red tape. That's why I'm really happy that we have international partner organizations, and I'm really urging you, when you provide aid to Ukraine, leave some place for the understanding of the importance of supporting gender equality, including gender approaches, not just to humanitarian aid, but to development aid as well. Thank you. Thank you, Katerina.
Ashley
Mulrooney, the Embassy of Canada. How has your activity changed? How did it change starting with this 24th of February?
I want to be clear that while I am delighted to be on this panel, I would far rather listen to my Ukrainian colleagues than listen to myself talk, so I will try and be very short. Our work has changed in many important ways, and I think most fundamentally that we have had to learn to be flexible. and we've had to try to respond as quickly as possible. Our systems are slow. They remain slow. They are not perfect, but I am grateful that our partner organizations like the Ukrainian Women's Fund, the European Endowment for Democracy, and PACT International, who all support civil society, have been very fast and have been very flexible. And we are doing the best that we can to try and give them support on a daily basis. We allowed very quickly in the first days, I mentioned it in the previous panel, so I don't want to repeat myself too much, but we very quickly pivoted in the first few days to allow our recipients to use the money they had in their projects to meet immediate needs in their communities, whatever those might be. And now we are allowing all of our partners to use all of the remaining funding in their projects to look at how they can address immediate needs, protect previous development gains, and mitigate the impact of the invasion on vulnerable populations. So we really are trying to use the funding that we have, use the opportunities we have to, and use the partners that we have on the ground to have an immediate response. I'll just speak briefly about vulnerable groups and inclusion, because that's always been a part of our work. We have always supported programming around sexual and gender-based violence. That, of course, becomes a more critical factor now with what we are hearing about in the East and conflict-related sexual violence. So we are working with UNFPA and other partners to try and make sure that services are available to women where they need them and responding to their needs. Natalia, you've already spoken about rapid response grants that we have provided through your organization and PACT. And in one of our partners, for example, started a shelter for IDPs in Lviv, and they're working with women entrepreneurs, local authorities, and others to help make that possible. The one thing I want us the one thing that I am concerned, or a few things that I am concerned about as we go forward, are, we are all hearing about immediate risks to women around conflict-related sexual violence, around the risk of trafficking. There's also the risk of women falling into long-term poverty as a result of their refugee or IDP status. And I really am concerned, and a couple colleagues have mentioned it, about the long-term psychosocial trauma that everyone is facing, especially women who are caring for their families, for their communities, and who are working, tremendous hours, taking on the burden of other people's pain and other people's stories, and not getting help themselves. So I'm hoping that we as a donor can do more for organizations and partners in that space, and that all donors look at that as an important issue to fund on a regular basis. Childcare too, there's lots of things, but I think those are the key points I want to share, and I do want to hear from colleagues. Thank you.
Дякую, Ашлі. Ми поговорили про те, як змінилися інституції.
Thank you, Ashley. We have been talking about the changes of the institutions, the public organizations, the government structures. But organizations are mainly about people, and each of us has changed since the 24th of February. Actually, we would like to hear a couple of personal stories that have changed us. In communications, it is called insight. Such a phenomenon is called insight when you actually grasp certain new things. So it is my great pleasure to give the floor to the head of the public organization Insight, Olena Shevchenko. Olena, please, your story of war. I hear somebody else's voice. No, everything's fine.
Доброго дня, да. Олено, я перепрошую, я в ефірі бачу себе, а не...
Olena, on the screen I see myself, and we would like to have our participant.
Одну хвилиночку.
Let's wait for just a second. A tiny technical pause. Thank you very much. Here we see our Olena. Thank you very much for inviting me here to discuss about the challenges of war and the things that have changed in our life. I would like to start with my personal story. Probably a month ago, after we got about 30-35 requests from journalists how we cope with our activities, the journalists came to our shelters. There are two shelters, one in Lviv, another one is in Chernivtsi. So the journalists wanted to know how we help the vulnerable groups. We work with LGBT groups and actually with all women. And I have understood that none of the journalists has ever asked us how we cope with all things. What are our personal stories? Because we ourselves are displaced people. We had to leave Kyiv, our native city, because of shelling, and somehow we had to arrange our activities and performance of our organization. And it was impossible to work from Kyiv. And it is really interesting why people do not ask how we go through all these. Because we, public activists, people who work in public organizations, are viewed in a different way. We are not viewed as people who also go through this crisis and through this difficult period. So it's a good question. Why is it happening and how do we see ourselves in this situation? Talking about our activities, I would like to emphasize the issue how our things have changed. Because on the 24th of February, we were getting ready for the female parade that was planned for the 8th of March. And actually, for me, what is happening now is a personal tragedy. Beforehand, we finished a very successful campaign for ratification of Istanbul Convention, and we thought the parade, female parade, will actually be a good point to finalize it. We started working from the very first day. On the 24th of February, the war was launched, and on the very 24th of February, we opened the first hotline operating 24/7 to provide assistance to women. We have undergone drastic changes because from traditional feminist initiative, the female parade march, we have transformed into the biggest humanitarian organization providing assistance to women. Now we have more than 8,000 requests from women from all over Ukraine. Mainly these are mothers with several kids who now live in the temporarily occupied territories. Some people have people with disabilities, elderly people with disabilities. These women have 5 or 7 kids. They also have big household to take care of, and they just cannot leave the territory they live in. And as it has already been mentioned today, I'm honest with you, I cannot understand how we can assist all of them. It seems really to be impossible. People ask for help. These women need hygienic things, medications, diapers, any food products, any financial assistance, because their savings have already disappeared. They have already used them, and they do not have any means to provide for their family. And if these are mothers without any husbands, they do not have any other income. And there are already women who send requests to us for the second or third time, and they do not have any other organization to turn to. And my question is where the centralized humanitarian aid is going to. We have not received anything from the central sources or channels. We try to get medications, hygienic products from our friends from Poland, Germany, Romania. These things come to the border and we get it at the border and deliver it to our targets. So our targeted activities have changed 100%. In the past, we mainly worked with feminist women. Now these are women with kids, women from rural areas who now live under very difficult circumstances. So this is about us. Thank you, Elena. We are talking about female stories of war that have changed our country. Olena Suslova, please tell us your story. Thank you very much. I thought that I probably wouldn't be able to tell about my personal stories. It's not still time. But I would like to share a story which was very important for me. It was the second day of the invasion, and we, our center, got a letter from a well-known organization, Women Against Violence in Europe. And in this letter, they write, "We give you money. Please send your financial requisites, bank requisites." I have more than 30 years experience in feminist movement, and I am not used to flexible donors. Usually donors need many things, and then you send this, and then they say, "We'll think." So our first question was, what about the report? What about accountability? What are the conditions how we can use this money? And the answer was, use it the way you think necessary. That is real solidarity, not the declared one. Real support, not the verbal support. And it was the first letter. Then there were lots of other funds that could be used for any possible needs. But this first donation gave us a chance to buy the necessary things and to transfer these things to the cities in need. Mariupol, Melitopol, Berdyansk. So this is the story I wanted to share today, and I will remember, because in my personal feminist movement story, there was only one similar situation. It was Anastasia Posadzka who said, use the funds for the needs you think are primary needs for you. This is the real practice of feminism for me. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Olena. And I would like to give the floor to Angela Litvinenko, representing public organization Successful Woman from Kherson. Your personal story that has changed you. Thank you. The war started in 2014, both for me and for our organization. And together with the Ukrainian Women Fund, we provided assistance to IDPs. We cooperated with International Migration Organization. So there were a number of other organizations providing assistance to IDPs, training IDPs, providing them assistance with accommodation, providing assistance with integration into local communities. And on the eve of the 2022, I asked questions several representatives of international community. In case there is an invasion, Kherson region is a border territory with a temporarily occupied Crimea. So what we should be ready for? The recommendation we were given that we should be guided by our common sense. Common sense for us at that time was to buy a paper shredding machine equipment and to think about the documents which actually should not be stored in our organization, documents that already the term of them which is expired. And the members of our organization still reside in this temporarily occupied territory of Kherson region. region now, we try to hide the documents, we try to hide the stamps, but we still continue our operations. What do we face? First of all, this is danger and threat. Providing humanitarian aid is actually not safe anymore because the public activists, the entrepreneurs, are visited by the representatives of the so-called new authorities and forbid providing humanitarian aid to those in need. And they use this ban as one of the ways to influence people, to affect people living on those temporarily occupied territories. We're also talking about gender-based violence. We have been working in the area of combating domestic violence. Currently, sexual violence, gender-based violence is also another weapon of the occupants, of the Russian occupiers. And it's really very difficult to tolerate this, to cope with this, because it is a traumatic experience, not only for those people who were directly affected by it, but also for the members of their family, for the surrounding people. And I think this is a very serious challenge we face right now, and support of civil society organizations, local authorities, self-governance bodies. And in the morning session today, there were a number of projects mentioned related to reinforcing local communities. So we should remember that these people are also in danger. I had a question from one of the local representatives. We are providing assistance to people, and for example, tomorrow we may be accused of being collaborants. So now we have to protect those who in temporarily occupied territories are trying to protect people in need. So the whole paradigm has changed. On the one hand, nothing has been changed in our activities. We work on gender equality issue, human rights issues, development of society, but at the same time we have to deal with security and safety issues. We have never been working with the armed forces of Ukraine, but now every person who is living in those temporarily occupied territories are considered to be combatants because they are resistant. The flag of Ukraine sometimes is the only weapon for such people. These people take the flag and say, we are from Kherson. Kherson is Ukraine. Zaporizhia is Ukraine. Mariupol is Ukraine. And we all support them. We also personify Mariupol, Kherson, and other cities. It's really painful. It's really difficult. But I have also faced changes in my own family. I was a bit strange in my own family for many years because I was a public activist. I was always defending something, etc. But my active position, my activism has changed my family as well. My brothers have been on the front line since 2015. My sister, who is an entrepreneur, well, you understand what entrepreneurship and entrepreneur is. These are people who are trying to get some profit these are people who deal with some commercial issues. She has been involved in lots of humanitarian activities. She has given all her goods to those people in need. She took personal care of 7 elderly females whom she visited every day, whom she has provided with food and medications. And all these people are waiting for the Ukrainian authorities to come back, for the armed forces coming to our region again. And I would like to support Ms. Suslova, who said that there are certain activities which will be voiced a bit later, but communication, support, gender equality should be introduced at all the levels, at the level of culture. Because, for example, before leaving Kherson region and when we had our headquarters in Kherson administration, and I was provided some recommendations. And it is impossible to have only men in this administration. Even I, as a counselor on female issues, was not a member of this administration. So we should change the approaches. Probably it would help us also to ensure better protection. The protection issues are not exclusively male issues. They are both for men and women. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes, glory to male and female heroes.
I like this feministic answer to the slogan. Thank you, Angela. We, as well as many other organizations, have actually got some 2 weeks before the invasion, a lot of requests coming from international reporters. And they asked us, and what if war starts? What are you going to do? And we always answered that the war has been lasting for 9 years. And all this time we've been fighting with the consequences of the war. We've been supporting women and women's feministic organizations that support peace building, that are working at the development of gender equality and gender justice in the Ukrainian society. Definitely the focus of our attention changed on the 24th of February, and now let me ask every speaker to focus on 2 things. The challenges, new challenges women started facing, the objectives of women's feministic movement, some hotspots, and the second question is about the strategic objectives that we always need to keep in the focus of our attention for them to guide us for the future and to do our best to attain our objectives the moment we get the resources. So let's imagine the ideal situation when you have the resources to solve these 2 issues. The first one is the tactical one and the other one is the strategic one. What would it be?
Я пропоную послухати спікерок.
I suggest that we'll listen to the panelists, and if we don't hear the answer, we will try to clarify this. After those answers, we will have a chance to have a Q&A session, right?
Ashley Mulrooney.
Ashley Mulrooney, you're welcome. What is your vision?
Okay. I think I spoke a little bit about challenges earlier, so I won't mention those again. I think if I was to highlight 2 specific things urgently, I think we need to try to seek options for psychosocial support for women's organizations, for civil society organizations, so they can continue to do their work, so they have someone to talk to. And there are ways to do that urgently with psychosocial first aid programs. I know there's a shortage of Ukrainian-speaking psychologists, but I think that's an urgent need. And there's ways that we can help one another too, with sort of some quick support, some quick training. Over the longer term, I think, in a strategic way, I really think, and I mentioned this in the earlier panel, so I'm repeating myself a bit, but I do think civil society needs to really start to get engaged, and I'm sure many of you already have, in thinking about inclusive reconstruction. How do you make sure that all of the money that's going to flow into Ukraine is going to the right places? How do you make sure that you are engaged in those conversations, that you are pulling the money down from the national level, and you're engaging with your local leaders to tell them what you need, so that funding is spent in ways that's useful to your community. So participatory engagement in budget processes and in decision making. So let's make it all a very feminist process. Let's get everybody involved. Let's make sure that all of those voices are heard, so that those billions of dollars that will come to Ukraine are useful to communities, and don't end up going into the pockets of oligarchs.
Дякую, Ашлі. Олена Суслова, ваша відповідь.
Thank you, Ashley. Olena Suslova, your answer.
один день раніше визначати
We need to determine what the urgent needs are. The situation is dynamic, it's changing all the time. So as far as tactical objectives are concerned, and as far as the strategic level is concerned, I think that the National Action Plan 1325 should become the basis for the rebuilding of the whole country. We shouldn't take the marginalized approach any longer.
Дякую.
Thank you. Natalia Karbovska, your vision of some strategic and tactical objectives for further movement. Well, you know, yesterday Sinzana Puyana spoke about the special role of women in the current situation, and that's really true. While men and some women are staying in the front line, other women are in the rear, and they are protecting the society. If we have a look at who are the leaders of humanitarian headquarters, we will see that the situation is like in politics. The lower the level is, the more women we have. The higher the level in regional headquarters, humanitarian headquarters, we have fewer women. You know that women in humanitarian headquarters really work hard 24 hours a day, round the clock. They provide psychological support to those who are torn apart, let me repeat this phrase, by the war, and they create absolutely complex logistic chains. They find impossible things that are necessary for the rear and that are necessary for the army, and they're creating and developing great networks to supply the things to the places where they are required. But we still see women only as their victims, and this does not allow us to see the power they have in them. And when we speak about enhancement of this strength, of this power of women, we somehow fail to focus on it. So I would say that one of the most important strategies is to keep enhancing the power of women, to keep providing support to women's organizations, feminist organizations. I do agree with Olena Suslova in that now there is much more of that support, but I would like to urge all those providing this assistance to think about the long-term prospects. Support is necessary here and now, but it also will be necessary even on the larger scale when we start rebuilding of our country. And this support, by the way, should be feminist. It should be flexible. It should meet the needs of the organizations. And it should not be provided according to the top-to-bottom approach, but it should be based on our needs and what we know about ourselves. And I also think that our movement needs to become more political now. And I also agree with what Olena Shevchenko said. She mentioned the dream about the Istanbul Convention. You know, quite often now we hear that let's deal with the war and then we will get back to political things and systemic things. But this means that we will never get back to such things if we start dealing with the war and only then go over to those issues. That's why I think that our movement should become more loud. It should become more political. And of course, as far as funding is concerned, we should deal with it. And you know what? Let me mention one more thing. We need to keep changing these patriarchy systems, which we have been changing for many years, but we have not yet managed to do this. And these systems actually prevent us from being active participants and will keep preventing us being active participants if we don't overcome them. I mean participation in the rebuilding processes which Ashley mentioned. Thank you, Natalia. Katerina Levchenko, the Government Commissioner of Gender Policy. What about you? I support Olena Suslova in her statements. We really work in order to start changing this action plan 1325. We need those effective things which I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, and changes in the National Action Plan 1325 will help us include all those relevant issues into to the answers to the process of finding answers and responses to the challenges we've been talking about. The second thing is the Istanbul Convention. I think it's also a topical issue. We are staying in touch with different people, and the Ministry of Social Policy has finally approved the updated draft law, because you remember that before this active phase of the war, we updated it and brought it into conformity with the text of the statement, and it's ready for submission to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the process is going on, and this is very positive. And this is also important because now gender violence and sexual violence has become a very relevant issue, which is used by Russians, by their mass media, in order to provide support to identify the victims and to bring the guilty to account. And you know, the guilty people are the Russian soldiers and their political and military commandment. And with this in view, we need a complex approach that should be included into the updated version of the National Action Plan 1325, and which should be brought into conformity with the Istanbul Convention. There is a lot of work to do, and we keep working. Thank you, Katerina. So we are speaking about tactical and strategic challenges faced by Ukrainian women's movement. We have heard different standpoints, and now comes the standpoint of the Association of Ukrainian Women Lawyers, Yurfem. Daria Rosochata. Thank you. Our organization thinks that urgent challenges are something we will not manage or to catch up with later. Gender violence as the issue has been raised many a time today within the armed conflict, and of course this is one of the urgent challenges. What is the challenge here? The challenge is that we need to respond immediately. And what does this mean? We all know, we who work with this topic, that the first 72 hours are very important, because the forensic maths and expertise can really record and identify whether there has been the fact of raping. And there are a lot of the other things you can do within 72 hours. Remember Bucha, Borodyanka, other towns in particular from Kyiv region, there are a lot of facts of sexual violence. But within the first 72 hours, even if the woman became a victim of sexual violence, she could hardly be provided any support. She could hardly go to any expert, and these issues were not studied. And this is a challenge, and we're still looking for answers to the question how we should arrange it, because mass media and law enforcement agencies keep writing that even if there used to be some information about such cases, but that is recorded as the violation of the customs of the war and not as the fact of rape or other articles of the criminal code. We as the organization can help with this because we have initiated the project called Yurfem Support, and women may address our organization as well as other NGOs. I mean, women who have become victims of sexual violence during the war, and we can develop the individual security plan for this woman, which involves different issues. Also, we can find an attorney, a lawyer in the region where this woman is staying. This will be a lawyer who will provide the support, both legal and psychological support necessary for those women. The other issue related to this one, with which we are trying to deal, is training or preparation of such lawyers and attorneys, by way of having some trainings with them in terms of what their response should be, because you know that not that many lawyers used to work with such cases. These were individual cases and they didn't work with it. Yurfem has collected lawyers from all over Ukraine, has created a kind of community of lawyers who are ready to learn to perceive information on how support could be provided to such people. These are also psychological approaches, information about them, the information about how these cases could be recorded. As far as strategic challenges are concerned, everyone has been talking about justice. Every fourth Ukrainian is a displaced person now. Every fourth Ukrainian after the war will ask the question, and where is justice? And how can the state help us now? And it is a strategic challenge that we need to restore this justice in the legal dimension. What do I mean specifically? I mean provision of support to people who have been left without their houses. And more than 7,000 people have already declared with state authorities that their houses have been destroyed. And there will be more cases like this. Another issue is rebuilding of the infrastructure where children and women could live. Men are related to their families, to their women and children, so we should primarily provide accommodation to women and children, and men will join them afterwards. And also we need to develop draft laws and laws at the level at which they will not prevent people from exercising their rights in the future. We should already now discuss the issue of non-discrimination during the preparation of draft laws. URFAM also keeps doing gender and legal expertise of this examination of these draft laws in order to prevent such risks. We need public debates, public consultations, and public hearings, because then it will be difficult to eradicate those consequences. We will need more time for that. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. The challenges and the tasks, tactic and strategic. Lana Shevchenko, your version. Let me try to be brief. First of all, I would like to say the following. War was not invented by women. Women were forcefully involved into those men's games, so to say. And people keep saying that war has certain customs, certain rules, but we see that this does not exist. We are inside the war and we see that this does not exist. War is not about the rules, because these are not noble duels between men, and women are suffering, women from the vulnerable state of the society, children. And the future of the country is being affected. And I guess that this is the major challenge now, because we do not mention that women suffered the most during the war, and something must be done at that. Not only the level of covering the information about that, while depicting women as victims. Women are not victims. Women are a reliable support, a reliable foundation for everything. It has been mentioned today that women are volunteers, they are trying to find everything for the whole country, they are everywhere, but they are not being spoken about. And very little money is allocated for women, because all the money is allocated for the war. Little attention is being paid to what women are now facing. Women who are trying to save their families, to save elderly people, children, and to survive. And I don't know how this will be happening in the future. We now see humanitarian convoys that are being stolen at some place. Then money is being allocated and nobody sees where the money goes. As far as the strategic task is concerned, I think that the strategic task is that we still have to keep doing our everyday job related to the introduction of feminist approaches and principles. And this refers not only to Ukraine, because if we keep confidently achieving this, and gender equality does not mean that we women have to go to the army, to the mines, and to different enterprises together with men. This is not about gender equality and feminist principles. We have to change the future by the change of this patriarchal system of views where, for some reason, war is considered to be something cool, something great, where war is considered to be a man's game, where you can conquer some building, put your flag there, like the Russian flag now, and say that we have won. We have to change this paradigm. And it seems to me that now it's important to get together and not to lose our achievements and to keep this fight.
Дякую, Олено. Анжела Литвиненко.
Thank you, Elena. I give the floor to Angela Litvinenko, your top tasks for our feminist movement. Well, in some aspects, I agree with the previous speakers, but if we are talking about gender-based approach, then during the war, this is the civilians who die, irrespective of gender. These are men, women, vulnerable people, children, low mobile groups. So it's more than 80% of civilians who die in comparison with the percentage of military men. This is the first point we have to remember. Therefore, it seems to me gender-based approach should be considered when we are talking about providing humanitarian support, and we really have lots of humanitarian support coming from different sources. We have humanitarian headquarters established in Ukraine. So for this humanitarian aid being distributed according to the needs, there should be representatives of civil society organizations, female organizations, included into the management of these humanitarian headquarters. And as a result, they will be able to address the most pressing needs. I also see some problematic issues with logistics, and Ms. Ashley has mentioned it. Transportation of humanitarian aid is quite expensive, quite costly. I'm talking about the shipment of this very humanitarian aid. So logistic issues are definitely the ones that need to be addressed, because there are communities that have lots of humanitarian aid, and there are ones where they actually lack it. So once again, logistic issues should be addressed immediately, because it's really the situation when people do not have the information, they start thinking about something, they start making up something, and for me this is the ground for some speculations, some issues, and this is mainly the issue of coordination. Civil society. I have gone through this journey in 2014, 2015. First of all, you are very much elevated and you are very active, and it seems you can do a lot. But then we all have limited resources, physical resources, mental resources, and there is the moment when burnout comes and you do not have any energy for your family, for your kids, for any other things. It seems that we have already done a lot, but we should have some plans. There should be some supervisions, there should be some support. Well, we won't be able to do everything just for 3 days. We have to plan our resources, to allocate our resources in such a way that they will last for the whole period, that they will last till our victory, because after the victory we have to rebuild everything. And our strategic challenge is the migration policy. Young people who now live abroad, children who now are abroad, they have to go to schools. Our women should be employed because they provide for their families, they provide for their elderly parents. And all these things should be well planned. So such gender mainstream is present everywhere, starting from our own families till the armed forces of Ukraine, because I think there are lots of women are combatant. There are a huge number of women among the volunteer movement, and we should support each other, we should trust each other, we should be transparent and accountable, not just get something and distribute it. This is my personal opinion. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Angela. Alexander had a question.
Так, вам передають мікрофон. Я хочу подякувати пані Анжелі.
Thank you, Angela, because she's the only one. I'm really sorry for the other panelists. Angela was the only one who raised a very important issue, migration issue. We all know that we have more than 3 million migrants who crossed the border of Ukraine. Mainly these are women with children and elderly grandparents. You have not mentioned it, unfortunately. And I'll be honest, I'm a volunteer in Krakow, here in Poland. And Krakow is a huge warehouse. And the women in Krakow are helped only by one organization, which is related to LGBT movement. Where are all the other organizations that are supposed to help women? Yes, the Ukrainian church is functioning, the diaspora is there, but I'm talking about female organizations. Where are they? This panel is entitled Women at the Crossroads of War. Why, dear ladies, dear panelists, you have not mentioned the issue of migration? Why you are not talking about these 3 million migrants? Those women who cross the border, taking into account the help given to them by the Polish people. I'm from Bucha myself, and I live here with my kids. So the majority of these women have small kids. They cannot be employed because they do not have anybody to leave the children with. The kindergarten, for example, in Poland, they take the kids for 3 hours, but you have to go for 8 hours. You have to be employed for more than 8 hours. Why you have not mentioned these points? Why you have not mentioned the point that the fathers have, for example, who stayed in Ukraine, now lost their jobs. For example, I work with women who are from Kharkiv, from Chernihiv, from Mariupol, and these children, these people are without anything. They went abroad, not just because they wanted to, but because the kids are frightened. They are scared of any loud sounds. And it's really a pity for me that the representatives of international conference have just forgotten to mention all those women abroad. Thank you, Alexander, for your very emotional response and message. I would like to protect our panelists. They have not forgotten this women, because it was actually my requirement to mention one hot point and one most strategic ones. And we were talking about our professional experiences. We are talking about targeted groups of women we work with, and these were our priorities. And definitely one of the priorities are women migrants and their kids. Probably I would like to finalize your question and ask the question like that. What are the organizations that assist women who cross the border? How many organizations are working in this aspect? What kind of assistance they provide? Who is ready to answer? Thank you very much, Alexander, for this question. I probably would like to encourage you to visit our website of our organization, and I would like to ask you whether you know what we are doing. Just recently, among feminist organizations, we just announced a call. We just asked who and what organizations provide support to women who are now abroad and what support these organizations need. And we were not alone who did it. There are also female funds from Prospera Network. They are present in different countries, in Poland, in France, in Germany, where we have Ukrainian women. So now we have information about 30 female feminist Ukrainian organizations who are ready to work abroad and provide support and assistance to Ukrainian women. And we are ready to search for some further support. So in case you do not have this information, please subscribe to our resources, visit our website, and we'll be happy to help you with whatever we have. But this women who are abroad now do not know about you. Well, if you think about our organization, Ukrainian Women Fund, we just support such organizations as your organization, those organizations who are ready to provide assistance to those millions of women. We stay in Ukraine, but in cooperation with our international partners, we try to help such public activists as you and many others. Thank you very much, Natalia. Do we have any other answers? I'll try to be brief. Probably right now we be able to ensure and establish coordination between all women organizations working abroad. Probably it's really good time and we'll be successful in doing it right now. I see that some of our online participants would like probably to address the issue as well. It seemed to me I heard Katerina Levchenko. Am I right? Katerina, do you hear us? It looks like Katerina, no, just I should make a tiny technical pause. I'm really happy that we have this hot discussion, and here is Katerina Levchenko. Thank you very much for this message from the audience. This is a very important message because for several weeks I have been trying to coordinate activities of different organizations from different countries, networks, public organizations present abroad who assist the victims of human trafficking or violence. We are trying to assist not 3 million but already 4 million Ukrainian citizens who now stay abroad. And we really try to ensure the situation when the government of those countries take into account the issues of kindergartens, legalization, courses of foreign languages of those countries, employment issues, preventing human trafficking, introducing amendments to the legislation where it is necessary, in accordance with the directive of the EU that enabled the Ukrainian citizens to quickly integrate into social and economic environment, particularly in the countries of the EU. Your statement is one more support to my own activities, and I hope that I'll be able to ensure even more coordination on the intergovernmental levels, particularly when we are talking about those countries hosting Ukrainian women, Ukrainian kids, and Ukrainian citizens in general. Thank you, Ms. Levchenko. Do we have any other comments? Probably Olena Shevchenko and Olena Suslova would like to say something. Yes, I wanted to actually provide my ideas. Do you hear me? Thank you very much for this message. I do agree with you in many aspects. That was really an emotional statement, and I also was thinking about these things, and I always asked myself what organizations help our women abroad, and what I actually was witnessing, that there was some probably uncertainty, particularly at the beginning of the war, and some organizations really started providing support immediately. I would probably not accuse or blame any organizations for being not active enough. Let's be open, this is the crisis, critical situation for all of us. And we are talking about our inner resources that manage us, that help us mobilize ourselves. We help our people in Poland and in Romania because we cooperate with Polish and Romanian organizations, and we do provide assistance not only to LGBT community but to all women and kids. I myself visited the refugee centers abroad, and I saw what is happening there. We also established a partnership relationship with Airbnb. So what we are doing, actually we provide free vouchers, accommodation vouchers to live in any country of Europe for 1 month. This is just in order to provide safe conditions to those women who do not speak any of our languages, and to prevent human trafficking and sexual exploitation of these women. We have already processed more than 4,000 applications, so more than 4,000 women have already got these vouchers, and we have still more 4,000 to work on. How do we help our people in Ukraine? We have shelters, we host women there, I mean women who come to Western Ukraine, and we also help equip shelters in other regions, for example in Poltava. Thank you, Olena. And it seems to me Olena Suslova also would like to provide a comment. Thank you very much, Alexander, for... I hope you hear me, right? Thank you, Alexander, for your statement, for your comment, and you motivated me to mention another group that so far has not been mentioned. I live in Ukraine. I stayed in my house. We were getting ready for this invasion. We thought what we could do, and we understood that we would do certain things for those people who stayed in Ukraine. Those who stayed in Ukraine still face a number of challenges that have to be addressed, and they have to be addressed on the local level. I'm talking about the hosting communities and the communities from which these people live. We do not want to get any privileges from the state, but it is also important to think about such public activists as we are, those who stayed in Ukraine, and it's necessary to address the needs of different categories. So let us operate not on the basis of exclusion, but on the inclusion. Thank you, Olena. And Ms. Ashley also has a comment.
I don't want to use this as an opportunity to justify the fact that there is not sufficient funding, but I think it is useful to understand where the funding is flowing to and why. So if I can be helpful in that sense, and I'm happy to have a conversation afterwards, I'm happy to. I work on the development program for Ukraine. The funding that I can provide is only within the borders of Ukraine. When people have left the country, that has become a humanitarian funding issue. And that's a different group that funds it from a different place. And most donors also operate in the same way. So the challenge becomes that in the first days of the war, Poland and many other countries said, we don't need any humanitarian assistance. We can do it on our own. So we sat back as donors and let them do all of the wonderful things that they have done, and they have been remarkable. I think we can all agree. But it meant that the humanitarian agencies were late to arrive, late to set up, late to bring in their funding and their experts. And now, yes, there are specific needs. So I would, certainly in Poland, the most active, I would say, is UNHCR. I would say, let's talk to them. Let's see what they can do for organizations in Krakow. But it's absolutely a challenge to make sure that you're talking to the right people and expressing your needs in the right way so that they can give you the funding that you need. But happy to have that conversation if that's helpful.
Дякую, Ешлі. І також у Дарії є коментар.
Дякую за ваше запитання.
Thank you, Ashley. Daria also has a comment. This is also a good issue for the legal community, particularly for our association, UFM. I would like to say that we also mainly function and operate in the territory of Ukraine, but among our members, there are also lots of women who went abroad. The legal community, women in a legal community would like to realize their potential in some other countries. And we also try to provide our assistance to the members of our organizations who now live abroad. There were a number of applications regarding legal consultations from women who live in Poland, in Germany, particularly regarding their documents. And as lawyers, we provide these consultations. So we, for example, if a person is a lawyer, he or she may organize some webinars. We also help with, for example, reprofiling someone's specialty. A person may deal with family issues, labor issues, humanitarian issues, etc. So from this viewpoint, taking into account that among legal community, we also are trying to address the needs of women. I also live in Poland now. I am a lawyer, and I know that there are initiatives where they try to employ particularly female lawyers from Ukraine. They assist with foreign language courses, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Daria. I think that we can tackle one more quick question to one of the panelists from the audience. Please, Alexandra, pass the microphone.
Добрий день, я буду говорити на моїй родній мові.
Good afternoon, I will speak Belarus. I'm Nastya Bazar, I'm a feminist from Belarus, and the first thing I would like to say that I have the question to the whole conference because there has been not a single speaker from Belarus. I realized that this is a conflict and there are a lot of people who are discriminating Belarus and you're angry with us, but we have a lot of experience in that. I've lived in Kyiv, now I live in Poland, and we have a lot of experience. Our feminist sector has a lot of experience. We've been living in this for 2 years. I'm from Krakow, and I think that with my colleague, I can tell that with my Polish colleagues, feminists, we have established the Center of Solidarity. So I think that now when a lot of our people have migrated, and when there arises the question why those people staying in Ukraine and not doing anything for those who have left arises. So I may tell that I have been trying to really supply drugs to the women who've been raped in Ukraine, and I feel ashamed about writing to Olena for several days because we failed to do this. We cannot do this, and the drugs would be supposed to be already there in place. So there are problems, and I think that we should create the coordinated database. We have the project Martenka in Krakow, which provides legal consultations to people, to women. They go with women to the police offices. I think everyone, but I think that we need to create the common database, the common ground. We are doing a lot. I'm an activist, but I have already evacuated 4 women with their families. Yesterday I evacuated 1 woman from Poltava, and I've been working with a lot of initiative groups dealing with raping. One of the initiative groups has collected more than 40,000 euros to buy drugs for such women. Others are trying to find doctors who are ready to have those women, to treat those women in different countries of the world. But I mean that we need to have the common support center, because we are really doing one and the same thing, and we could coordinate our work. Thank you. I think that this has not been a question, this has been a remark, and I think that the key objective of our today's conference is to see each other, to establish contacts in the new context, in the new conditions. So we're pressed for time, we have to wind up. And I realized that there are a lot of questions, but I think that we could ask them informally and get the answers. Let's appreciate our time, because this is an exhaustive resource which never gets back to you. And let me conclude with the following. Now, a lot of references are made to World War II, and this war is now called Third World War. So let's recall the example with Winston Churchill. During World War II, his government asked him to reduce the costs of education and culture. And answering to this proposal, he said, and what are we then fighting for? The issue of gender equality in social conscience is approximately at the same level of education of culture. That is something after the war, when we have enough time and money. But there is a direct correlation between gender equality, justice, and the basements, the shelters, because in the societies with equality, shelters are not full of people but are full of food. So getting back to Churchill, I would like to urge each of you, what are you fighting for? Angela Litvinenko.
Для мене найбільша цінність – це свобода і воля.
For me, the highest value is freedom and liberty, so I'm fighting for it. And gender equality is a part of freedom and liberty for me. So if we consider that the constitutional duties should be performed by everyone, regardless of gender, in protecting the country, we are doing this. We are trying to defend our country, and we have more and more women in the armed forces of Ukraine, and we have more and more men in IT and other sectors, in the healthcare field. And I guess that freedom of choice and liberty is the key thing at stake. And we should fight for them. Thank you, Angela. Katerina Levchenko, what are you fighting for? I knew you would ask this question, and you know what I've thought about. The answer should be very simple. We are all fighting for our lives, not to be destroyed. Not to be destroyed as Ukrainians, as citizens of Ukraine, because the question is whether we will exist, whether we will exist within our state, whether we will stay alive. That's what I'm fighting for us to keep existing, to keep free, keep being free and independent, for us to be able to keep on living and bringing our plans and dreams into life, and for no enemy, no Russia, to try and destroy me or my state. Thank you. Ashley, what are you fighting for?
A lot of things. So I will try and keep it to two, really. I would like to see Ukraine and Ukrainian women find an opportunity after this is over to really adjust power relations, to really see the opportunity of women's engagement in this war in all of the ways that they have engaged, and to take that forward into the governance of Ukraine at all its levels. And I would like to see women's work in all its forms, at home, in the office, in their communities, valued and paid.
Дякую, Ешлі. Олена Суслова, за що ви воюєте?
Thank you, Ashley. Olena Suslov, what are you fighting for? You know, our security system has been destroyed, and Russia launches missiles in order to destroy the global security system. So Russia, as the source of patriarchat, should be destroyed. Carthagen should be destroyed in the form in which exists now. And that's what I'm fighting for, and I will never stop before I achieve this goal. Thank you, Olena. Daria Rosakata, what are you fighting for? We have all been mentioning what we used to do before the war. The values that have become the values not just of Ukrainian women's organizations, but of all people. And I guess that we are fighting for the preservation of these values. We have really made a great contribution into the development of this movement, and we cannot but keep on going with this movement. So we are fighting for all those values to be preserved in all women. We are fighting for the safe environment for women in Ukraine. And I guess that war has just become a boost for action, which will urge us to complete certain stages, like the Istanbul Convention. So a lot of things are urging us to do this. And the resolution 1325, the National Action Plan, these are the things we are fighting for, to complete what we started before the war. Thank you, Olena Shevchenko. What are you fighting for? Let me give a very simple answer. I'm fighting for women to stop being trophies during the war, for women not to be perceived as victims during the war, not to be perceived as a trophy, as a commodity. And generally, I'm fighting for this kind of war to happen never again. Thank you, Olena. And Natalia Garbovska, what are you fighting for at this crossroad? Well, I actually meant to tell a different thing, but let me say the following. Remember, I started my speech with the words about my 4-year-old grandson who is afraid of police cars and their sirens, their signals. I'm fighting for a really democratic country in a really democratic Europe, because this is the war not about Ukraine, but about the whole world, and in particular about Europe. I'm fighting for the country, for him, for millions of Ukrainians and other citizens of the world. I'm fighting for the democratic country based on the rule of law and human rights. Thanks a lot to all the speakers, to all the participants of this panel. Let's stay together. Let's keep in touch. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes, he heroes and she heroes.
Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. We shall start our panel. We do hope that there will be more participants who will join us a bit later. During this discussion, we shall talk about observation or protection of human rights of persons fleeing the war in Ukraine on both sides of the border. For me, Europe is Ukraine. This is the center of Europe, and this is the border that is going through this heart. So we are going to discuss observation or protection of human rights, including the issues of human rights observation for Ukrainian citizens, including unaccompanied children, refugees, and stateless people. I would like to introduce our speakers today. This is Maciej Nowicki, President of Fundacji Helsinki Praw Człowieka. This is the person I know. This is the organization I know very well for many years. This is Tatiana Luzin, who represents the organization Right to Protection. This is a well-known organization in Ukraine. It is well known for its activities in the field of protecting human rights of refugees, people in need of temporary shelter, and many other categories. Apart from these, we shall have two online speakers. This is Mr. Ilan Kohn, who is the director of HIAS Europe, and Stavros Papageorgopoulos, who represents the European Council on Refugees and Exiles. And I would like to start our discussion and would like to give the floor to our first speaker, who is joining us online. I hope he is already there. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ilan Kohn, and I would like to ask him to give more information about his organization. As far as I understand, this is the organization that brings together a number of other initiatives dealing with the issues of protection and risks related to protecting different rights and freedoms. So, Mr. Kohn, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. You asked me about the organization I represent, so let me start with a short introduction. So HIAS is a 150-year-old refugee aid organization, originally starting assisting Jews facing persecution in Eastern Europe. But over the time, we have become a general refugee protection agency. And within Ukraine, we partner closely with R2P, which is built on basically HIAS Ukraine, which has been active in Ukraine for quite a few years. So let me first of all thank you for the initiative. Of course, it's a rather depressing reason why we come together today, but I really welcome the opportunity to share experiences with distinguished colleagues, especially those Ukrainians like Tatiana, like others, who can report from the ground. And also, I think, we all hope that the conflict will end shortly. In the case that it doesn't, it's very timely to share experiences and look forward, as is indeed the orientation, as I saw in the concept note of this meeting. So the focus of my remarks, I think, will be very, very quickly to look at the most immediate protection challenges. On the one hand, reflecting on the temporary protection directive, but also looking at some categories that might not be covered under this directive. So, of course, the directive itself stems from 2001 and has not really been applied for the last 2 decades. So, no doubt, it's quite logical that some details are lacking and will have to be developed by either the European Commission or individual member states as we move forward. What is important to note, perhaps, that the decision to apply the temporary protection directive to the mass influx of displaced Ukrainians was taken within 1 week after the start of the war. So that shows that border management without hysteria is really a possibility. The fact that more than 5 million people entered the European Union in a matter of weeks only, it really demonstrated rational, humane border management is not only possible, but can save lives. And of course, this stands in strong contrast with other borders where we see ongoing pushbacks and also very close by of the physical meeting. You know, we see the border between Belarus and Poland, which is, of course, we see a very different situation. Nevertheless, I want to highlight some positive aspects. Other than it was very quick, the decision to take it, the process itself in terms of the application to people that need protection is very quick, as opposed to, of course, the individual asylum process. So this saves a lot of resources if you compare it with the individual refugee status determination process. It avoids a very lengthy period of uncertainty for the people concerned. And perhaps most importantly, it really provides freedom of movement within the European Union for temporary protection beneficiaries, as people can choose themselves in which member states to apply for temporary protection. So granting the Ukrainians in question free movement to choose their own destination, it really provides for greater efficiency and inclusion. And I don't think it's necessary for the European Commission necessarily to direct those flows. By contrast, Dublin and border containment policies that we've seen so far have really sapped resources and really put vulnerable people at risk. But there's also some problems, and I will quickly mention them. So there's a need for effective EU-level coordination when it comes to certain categories that need additional protection. Later on, I think Tatiana will mention the unaccompanied minors, and within the directive, of course, there's also specific reference to trafficked persons. But then we also have other categories that are highly vulnerable, those that have been traumatized, women and children that need access to mental health services, need access to programs that address gender-based violence. And these resources, these services are undersupplied even before the conflict in many of the countries that are hosting the highest number of refugees in Eastern Europe. So the shortage of mental health professionals, basically. So there needs to be greater resources to assist the Eastern European countries that are actually applying the temporary protection directive that is determined in Brussels. And I imagine that the European Commission will need to make greater resources available for those countries to not just provide those services that I just mentioned, but also to enable them in their overall reception programs and infrastructure. As I mentioned, the temporary protection directive is somewhat old and an untested instrument. So there's gaps, for example, around registration and database. You know, further guidance could be provided there, how to assess specific vulnerabilities that I just mentioned beyond certain categories that are mentioned in the directive. Then lastly, in terms of eligibility of the directive, third country nationals, we're talking about possibly up to 500,000 persons that were in Ukraine at the start of the conflict, include, of course, asylum seekers and refugees, but also other categories like students from third countries. And whereas some third country nationals are eligible for temporary protection, especially those that had permanent resident status in Ukraine before 24th of February and cannot safely return to their country of origin. But member states can still choose whether to apply the temporary protection directive or rather provide for adequate protection on the national law. And then you have situations like in Poland and Hungary that excludes these third country nationals fleeing Ukraine. And that provides for a very difficult statusless position for for example, stateless people and beneficiaries of international protection. And then we also had many reports of discrimination and unequal treatment at the borders of those third country nationals. And even though access has been generally good, we did see that third country nationals were treated differently. I've seen for myself different processes for different people at the Ukrainian-Polish border. And I think things have improved since the beginning of the war, perhaps partly thanks to various advocacy initiatives. Also, colleagues of mine at R2P have rightly raised concern that some countries like Romania and Slovakia and Hungary do not accept digital ID documents. And ideally, all EU member states should accept those documents. Clearly, people that are escaping their homes because of bombs falling down, they might not be able to collect their physical identification documents, and therefore this is a very helpful way forward to really consistently allow for the use of digital ID documents. Then there's perhaps a need to expand temporary protection rights to certain other categories that I mentioned, for example, stateless persons, and also, for example, people that escaped Ukraine the days before the start of the war. So I have a friend, for example, to the United States, together with his Ukrainian wife. He moved just days before the start of the war to Budapest, and he wasn't able to register under the Temporary Protection Directive, and that seems to be understandable that there have to be those rules, but there also have to be solutions for people that fall outside of those criteria. And lastly, perhaps a thought about Russian and Belarusian dissidents or soldiers, and you know, within the current tense political climate, you know, there's many people who don't want to fight in Ukraine, and we have to also, you know, when travel restrictions are in place due to sanctions for Russians, we also have to think of avenues for Russians to escape and claim asylum. So it's not directly related to the Temporary Protection Directive, but it's definitely an area of concern when it comes to protection. Secondly, if I may, very quickly mention the protection concerns of women refugees. Of course, 90% of those fleeing are women and children. So other than the fears of trafficking that have been mentioned, we don't have very good data, but there's of course a lot of anecdotal evidence about sexual and labor exploitation. I think it's important to ensure that there is access to quality information. We have to expand mental health and gender-based violence services in especially border countries of Ukraine. And we have to make sure that, like in the early days, I observed, of course, a lot of volunteers just going to the border, opening the doors of the car of a bus and driving off people westwards. And even though without those volunteers, the early days would have been much more challenging for many escaping the violence. We also have to make sure that volunteers, people that are helping, are properly vetted, and that was not happening definitely in the early stages. We ourselves are quite involved with community sponsorship type of programs where we have the Jewish community mobilizing to host refugees from Ukraine. And we really try very hard to make sure that people are vetted, that people sign codes of conduct, that people are aware of the different sensitivities, especially when hosting refugees in their own private homes, which is not necessarily a good practice. Then lastly, the risk for children. We know, of course, that nearly 2/3 of Ukraine's 7.5 million children, has been highlighted by UNICEF, for example, have fled their homes, and around half of the 5 million refugees are children. And many of them are without parental care. they're at heightened risk of exploitation, and we have to make sure that there is proper registration, protection screening at the border crossings, especially when it comes to unaccompanied minors, but also mothers with children that have to we have to register them and also follow up on the registration, because often we've seen also that there's not been a systematic follow-up when people are being registered. Looking ahead, I think we have, and this is really my conclusion, we have seen that civil society really matters. Also when it comes to protection, volunteers have played an important role in providing initial assistance to people fleeing Ukraine. They've played a central role in welcoming refugees and integrating refugees, and they have been supported in doing so. Lastly, I would say that also the EU and member states need to have a long-term plan when it comes to the Ukrainian refugees and also offer durable solutions. We know that the temporary protection directive that these status will perhaps be extended, but will not be longer than 3 years. So we have to look ahead, and we have to look at other durable solutions. Thank you very much. And I hand over to the moderator.
Thanks a lot, Ilan, for your presentation, for making this kind of mapping of the problematic issues faced by people leaving Ukraine. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Stavros, and to ask the following question. Our organization at the beginning of the war recorded information about the problems faced by foreign citizens who were trying to leave Ukraine, in particular the problems with visas for foreigners. And let me also ask you to focus on this issue. What is the current situation? Because it's clear that the borders for Ukrainians are now open, but I know that at the beginning, foreigners without visas faced some problems. On the very first days of the war, they were unable to cross the border of Ukraine, to leave Ukraine. And what is the current situation as you see it? What are the problematic issues related to the issue covered by our previous speaker, as far as acknowledgement of digital documents, identity documents, driver license abroad? I mean, all the documents which are necessary for people. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to this interesting event. Indeed, we have seen a lot of different problems and a constant change in the problems that people are facing following displacement. The situation has been quite fluid, and we have been trying to record all the problems as they emerge. And for this purpose, we have been releasing and updating regularly an information sheet where people can understand what are the possibilities and the limitations for movement, as well as access to other rights, including the rights under the temporary protection regimes. But it's true that from the beginning, we saw a very extraordinary response in many ways for Ukraine nationals. It was actually a response that turned upside down what we knew as a classic EU response to displacement situations. Actually, it was a sudden reiteration of all the elements of a protective and safety-based dignified approach to displacement management that the civil society has long advocated for in Europe. One of the main elements that underpinned this response was and contributed to ensuring quick access to safety was the freedom of movement that different countries secured for people fleeing the war. The focus of the remarks will be both on Ukraine nationals and third country nationals and the problems that different problems that its category experienced. So as I said, it's true that in the weeks that followed the invasion, multiple countries activated emergency response plans and opened their borders to displaced people from Ukraine. In countries that shared a land border with Ukraine, people crossed borders on foot, and border authorities admitted them into the territory by waiving coronavirus restrictions that existed at the time and other documentary requirements. For countries that did not share a land border with Ukraine, embassy and immigration websites were quickly updated to include information on how to safely arrive to their territories. A great example in this was Ireland, the only EU member state that back then did not allow visa-free travel for Ukrainian nationals, which waived this restriction to allow safe and easy arrival. This was all quite impressive, of course, and it was followed by the even more impressive decision to activate the Temporary Protection Directive, which followed the same protective approach and through which now certain categories of persons are immediately and directly eligible to receive a solid set of rights. However, we have noticed that the actual implementation of the directive has not been as smooth and positive as we might have experienced or actually wished, as we might have expected or wished. The concerns can be many, but I chose to focus on the freedom of movement because it is one of the issues that you can explicitly see that the Temporary Protection Directive supports. Freedom of movement has been at the basis of the discussions in the beginning, but we see now, we have seen over the past 2 months that there were reports, quite limited geographically for the moment, as far as the information that we have is accurate, in Germany and Poland, where Ukrainian nationals who received a registration certificate in Poland were refused to benefit from temporary protection in Germany. This was the case despite Poland issuing registration certificates under the national law and not actual residence permits. A similar problem, not a similar problem, but a freedom of movement problem for third country nationals, as Mr. Cohn also mentioned in the beginning, was the different countries that did not allow entry in the beginning to third country nationals. We believe both practices directly and simply contravene the provisions and the spirit of the directive and the Council implementing decisions. In what concerns people who are eligible for temporary protection under the Council implementing decision, there is no legal basis for refusal to grant temporary protection because the person has registered first with another country, unless, of course, a residence permit by that other country has been issued. In fact, the Temporary Protection Directive does have an article which contains an obligation to take back temporary protection beneficiaries in the context of a solidarity mechanism. But this this article has been suspended for the purpose of implementing the Council decision. So there is no such spirit of take-back obligations in the same way that the Dublin regulation has put in place for other asylum applicants. The possibility for free movement across the Union and freedom of choice of the country where people can benefit from the temporary protection regime is further supported by the general spirit of the Council decision, which provides that Ukrainian nationals must be able to choose the member state in which they want to enjoy the rights attached to temporary protection and to join diaspora networks as they see fit or appropriate in their specific cases. In the same line, the Commission recommendations explain that member states must issue temporary protection related travel documents, what it has called in at least one instance transfer forms, for the purpose of facilitating onward travel. Such forms do not constitute residence permits. It cannot lead to refusal of rights under temporary protection regimes. For this reason, we believe that the practice of simply relying on the first entry registration cannot be in line with the provisions of the Temporary Protection Directive and the context of its implementation through the Council decision of March. For third country nationals, of course, as Hayes has already underlined, ECRE also believes that member states should use the discretion that is made available through the Council implementing decision and extend as much as possible the temporary protection in their own national implementation. Where this is not possible, third country nationals should still be admitted to their territories to ensure safe passage. This is again in the letter of the Council implementing decision, and it means facilitating and granting access to territory to all third country nationals, regardless of whether they have valid travel documents, valid visa, or sufficient means of subsistence. Consequently, we believe that a practice that does not respect this approach of admission and reduced formalities is in violation of the directive and the Council decision. There is also, again, it was flagged by Hayes, this indirect form of restriction of movement where people hold digital documents, which is a unique case for Ukrainian nationals, given the digitalization of important travel documents and identity documents that in many other countries are still only accepted in paper format. This is not explicitly provided for in the text of the directive, but the Commission in its guidelines recommends that all formalities are reduced to the strict minimum when documents are assessed, and including where documents have expired, they should be taken into account as evidence establishing identity and residence status. We believe that these guidelines should also be considered applicable to digital documents, especially since they have been lawfully issued under the national law of Ukraine, and given the overall aim of the TPD regime and the Council implementing decision to reduce all kinds of restrictive approaches that will not allow easy and safe access into the Union. Actually, last week, as I was trying to see what is happening with this situation, I saw there are some reports of agreements with neighboring countries to recognize digital IDs. I think I heard about at least Moldova and Poland, where border guards were instructed to accept these digital IDs. This is exactly the example of good use of discretion that member states should be encouraged to employ in order to provide safe conditions of entry. And in line with this discretion, I would also flag that the implementing decision of the Council has an explicit reference to the possibility to introduce more favorable schemes. And we believe that member states should make all possible efforts to make sure that this discretion is used in the best manner. And on the contrary, where national temporary protection schemes offer less favorable protection, member states should take additional measures to make sure that the national protection will be elevated to match the rights guaranteed under the Temporary Protection Directive. So to conclude, given the fact that all the guarantees are actually, luckily, in the letter of the directive, and it's not just a wishful thinking of civil society. At ECRO, we believe free movement should be guaranteed for all persons fleeing the war in Ukraine, in line with the letter and the spirit of the directive. So, in more specific terms, in addition to issuing visas where needed and providing free transport, which is something that we saw in the beginning, member states should treat documents available in digital format via the DAY3 app of the Ukraine government. They should treat them as equivalent to documents issued in paper format. Authorities must also ensure that any lack of documentation will not prevent people from accessing protection and that it does not lead to detention, of course, and to make sure that all formalities are reduced in a continuous manner. For third country nationals who are recognized as refugees in Ukraine, again, travel documents issued by Ukraine, whether it is for refugees or for people enjoying a complementary status, complementary protection status, for both groups of people, travel documents must be considered valid and movement must be facilitated. For third country nationals who resided in Ukraine on the basis of a different residence permit and not on a refugee situation, member states should make use of their discretion to include those in the national protection regime. But if they do not do that, they should still make all appropriate arrangements to ensure entry and to ensure a sufficient amount of time in a temporary residence permit that will allow these third country nationals to properly and sufficiently prepare their travel, if it's possible, to their countries. And as a last point, since it was mentioned by Mr. Kohn, I think that the cutoff date of 24 February has also been a problematic aspect in at least one member state that I'm aware of, in Malta, according to some reports from colleagues there, where instead of being channeled to the asylum procedure, Ukrainian nationals who had left before the 24th of February are asked to go back to Ukraine and come back to Malta in order to benefit from the temporary protection regime. This is, of course, an unreasonable request, but forcing people that could enjoy temporary protection to enter the asylum procedure where their travel documents and passports will be retained for the purpose of the asylum procedure is also not a very reasonable option. So we see that the situation in limbo can emerge from this cut-off date. For ECRA, it is quite unfortunate that the time before this date was not considered in the TPD regime, although the Commission strongly recommends that member states do that in their national implementation. But we think that this should have been a more prevalent discretion action by the states. So far, I think at least Czechia, Netherlands, I'm not sure who else I can check if we have time, but there are some countries that decided to extend this date, but it has not been the case for most of them. And I believe that this is a form of indirectly restricting or affecting, limiting the possibility of movement for some people eligible for temporary protection. I think I'll stop here, and I will thank the moderator for any comments or any questions.
Дякую. Я думаю, що в кінці від аудиторії ми почуємо.
Thank you. I think there will be some questions from the audience and some comments. Thank you very much, Stavros, for a very detailed analysis of the situation and for clear-cut recommendations and for the level of support given to the Ukrainian refugees. We see that this level of support is unprecedented and the crisis situation is unprecedented as well. And definitely a lot of things can be done in order to alleviate the situation for Ukrainian citizens who were relocated. And I would like to talk about one of such categories, which is particularly vulnerable, and these are unaccompanied children. And I would like to give a question to our next speaker, Tatiana Luzin. What is general situation with the unaccompanied children who are relocated abroad, and what your organization, Right to Protection, recommends to do in order to improve this situation?
Before that, I would like also to say that I'm really honored to be here, and also to thank previous speakers who mentioned a bit like different messages, but still also voiced by Right to Protection that I represent as an advocacy coordinator, specifically about digital documents that must be an equivalent to definitely guarantee a high standard of protection for Ukrainians abroad and their freedom of movement. The same goes for a driving license, but now I will switch to the topic itself that I will cover. First, saying that Right to Protection is a Ukrainian NGO that is aimed at enhancing protection and observation of human rights, including freedom of movement of IDPs, stateless persons, refugees, and generally those ones who are affected by the conflict, including children. And basically, that's the category that I will cover today, specifically unaccompanied children. And still at this point, I want to already highlight that we are talking about little Ukrainians fleeing during martial law, so during wartime. And here on the second slide, you can see actually 3 different boys. But unfortunately, it's sufficient to tell only one story that covers all their destinies, that what they faced in the end of February and beginning of March. All of them, because of Russian full-scale invasion that started in February, on February 24th, they had to cross the border unaccompanied. And again, unfortunately, I have to say that the only one of them was lucky to be accompanied by a complete stranger. Other 2 boys crossed borders by themselves. Apart from these stories, they are publicly available. We're talking about news that were, for example, first story, it was covered by Reuters. But apart from these publicly available stories, R2P's hotline, on R2P's hotline, we received calls where parents were saying, just take our children away, just do something so that they can cross border with anybody. And these parents were calling us from Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and other settlements. They were in despair because of Russian atrocities at that point that unfortunately are still going on. So at that stage, it was clear that it's time to step in because there was no regulation on the state side. Apart from this realization of R2P, it was also obvious that we needed to engage international partners because otherwise we won't be able to coordinate this mechanism on, so to say, social or civil society side. And we were really delighted that we received prompt replies from our colleagues from Moldova, Poland, Romania, and Bulgaria to join our efforts to make some sort of document, some sort of standard where minimum guarantees would be set so that these children would be protected and taken care of abroad. While the first draft was done and we were discussing it, at that point there was amendments. There were amendments to the rules of crossing Ukrainian state border by Ukrainians. And it became clear that the problem is not only there, because now and still there is no definition of unaccompanied children in Ukrainian legislation, while there is one in the European Union legislation. And besides, it was forbidden for unaccompanied children to cross Ukrainian border. But I will be back to that when I will be discussing this issue in more detail. And so the aim, apart from provide minimum standards, was extended to reconcile European Union and Ukrainian legislation. And the last one, the most ambitious aim, was to also reconnect governments, Ukrainian with at least governments of the European Union, so that they will make some sort of intergovernmental agreements to protect Ukrainian children. This type of cooperation was also specified in the amendments that I mentioned before. So, like, really long list, but I won't be really, speaking in detail about all of them. Besides, both Ilan and Stavros mentioned, of course, directive on temporary protection. So this is the list of what documents we were looking at to make sure that there is more or less some sort of mutual recognition how the mechanism should work. Of course, the basis was UN documents, UN legal acts on child protection, but it was also evident that we must look at European Union legislation, specifically, again, mentioning the directive on temporary protection. There was also implementing decision. At that point, there were also communications of the Commission, resolution of the European Parliament that was issued on April 7th on children and young people fleeing Ukraine. To name a few. And apart from that, of course, Ukrainian legislation that set some sort of basis for child protection in Ukraine. And finally, I must mention here, because it was a backbone of this document, it was UNHCR statement on good practices on separated children in Europe program of 2004. So just to, I needed to mention them so that there was an overview what was the idea and what was reconciled. Since there is not much time here and I want to have an opportunity for other speakers to discuss questions related to human rights, I will just mention what was in the standard. This will give a taste, so to say, what what points must be regulated there. So, of course, general provisions, and I will reiterate here that we're talking about the situation now after the full-scale invasion. Then principles such as privacy, for example, that should be mentioned indeed, inter-organizational cooperation, best interest of child, and others. Apart from that, since it's a joint effort, it was necessary also to set there some sort of approach that should be applied in Ukraine still, so before crossing the border. And after that, those points that must be raised or followed by European Union colleagues in protection of unaccompanied children from Ukraine. Specifically, it's admission, registration and documentation, integration, it's care, health, education, and family reunification, and finally, we hope very soon, return to Ukraine. But apart from that, I will mention like really important issues that for me is like necessary. I believe it's important to voice here so that we share the common understanding and common vision on how we should treat Ukrainian unaccompanied children. So basically, as I mentioned before, there was the huge problem with definition. Because in the European Union, there is a clear definition mentioned or specified in the directive and also in regulation on accompanied children, meaning that these minors, these children, are those ones who cross the border without an adult responsible for them, or they were left alone after the crossing. What we have in the Ukrainian legislation, first of all, there is no such a term. Another thing is that children, common understanding of children is that they are persons under age of 18. But in Ukraine, it's allowed, or children aged from 16 to 18 are allowed to cross the border alone. Apart from that, also a child can cross border with one of parents, one of grandparents, one of siblings, or one of step-parents, or another person. So this is how it works now in Ukraine. And it was clear, obviously, that a child who is crossing the border with relatives that I mentioned, this exclusive list, this child should not be treated or considered by the European Union or member states as an unaccompanied child. So basically, this is accompanied child. But the thing is, and what was suggested, that the special attention should be still paid by member states to these children. And why it's important, our Polish colleagues mentioned that there was a case already that a child crossed the border with mother, which is, so to say, legal, it's allowed, according to what we have here, but as it turned out, she was deprived of parental rights. And it became clear only after the crossing. So that's why still it's important to consider that this group of children, even traveling with relatives, are vulnerable. But now switching to basically what we believe with organizations that I mentioned before, who are the unaccompanied minors fleeing Ukraine. Again, so we're talking only about this specific situation. So first of all, like basically those ones who are traveling without adult responsible for them, and in this case that it's forbidden on Ukrainian side, we're talking about children aged 16, 18. They are unaccompanied minors. Another category is those ones, I would say that like novel category in relation or in the European Union perspective. We're talking about children traveling with other person, that list of relatives that I mentioned before, one of parents, one of grandparents, one of siblings, or one of step-parents. And finally, so to say, the classic part of definition is those ones who were left alone. So basically, that was a starting point, the most difficult one, but we reconciled again with our colleagues from the European Union and also Moldova, who has some experience in what is already going on with this category, this group of children. And now I will just mention really few messages that we believe is important to be voiced and to be heard here. The first one is in line with the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine vision on situation with Ukrainian children, including unaccompanied ones. They should not be adopted, at least during wartime, but also then it was suggested 2 more years. What is our position, because it's so to say international call of our Cabinet of Ministers? We believe that at least during the temporary protection, Ukrainian children shouldn't be adopted in terms of unaccompanied children. So I'm highlighting here, we're talking only about unaccompanied children. The other message that I would like to mention here, considering that temporary protection really grants a wide variety of rights. And of course, it's a personal decision whether to request the status of refugee or no, but this decision for unaccompanied child may be taken only by parents or legal representatives appointed in Ukraine. So not those ones who were appointed in the European Union. And 3 more messages that are really necessary to brought up here, since I mentioned before legal representatives, and this message is in line with the resolution I mentioned before, resolution on children and young people fleeing Ukraine. It's about that the obviously procedure of appointment of a legal representative may be a long one. So still when the procedure is pending, there should be at least temporary legal representative for children who are not traveling, so to say they are traveling with other person, that those relatives that I mentioned before. And 2 more, and I will then conclude. We're already thinking about returning of Ukrainian children, because there were cases already when it was really difficult. At this stage, there are no Ukrainian legislation or approach to return of these children. But we mentioned in the standard that this procedure should undergo according to Ukrainian instructions, because it's important to make sure that Ukrainian children will meet their parents in Ukraine. But still, these instructions should be balanced against best interest of a child. And the last point that is necessary to say is that end of temporary protection, we hope that it won't and it shouldn't be treated as a reason to send back these children, unaccompanied children, unless it is clear that the return is safe and durable. So basically, these are the messages that I wanted to voice and hope that we are all share them in protection of unaccompanied children that are fleeing Ukraine because of Russian full-scale invasion. And so just to conclude, what was the aim I highlighted in the beginning, it was to make some sort of standard. It was done. Also to reconcile definition. It was also done. And the most ambitious one is to cooperate and coordinate some mutual work in between governments, right to protection with our international partners, submitted this standard to the Ministry of Social Policy. We're waiting for the answer now in hope that soon we will be back to our cooperation and spreading these standards, spreading this approach to make sure that children are protected and safe. So thank you for your attention, and I will now pass the floor to Tatiana, but I will be glad to answer to your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. While I was listening to your presentation, I was also thinking that with regard to these recommendations to amend Ukrainian legislation, is important not only to protect, to provide and ensure protection for unaccompanied children, but also to harmonize Ukrainian legislative framework with existing in EU legislation, which is important in the context of our movement and our membership, future membership in the European Union. But now I would like to speak more about Poland, because actually it's about almost 3 million of Ukrainian refugees which fled to Poland, and the biggest amount of people are here. And as Polish human rights defender, Maciej, how do you assess the perception of Ukrainians here, the work which was done by Polish government, and of course we are very grateful for this hospitality, but still I believe that you see some gaps which are still are needed to be filled in. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatiana, and first of all, thank you very much for having me here on this panel. I'm tempted to follow up a little bit of some of the remarks of my colleagues, previous speakers, but let me start maybe with some legal issues that were already mentioned by Stavros mainly. Stavros very rightly pointed out to the fact that the Temporary Protection Directive has not been really implemented well, let's say, in some of the member states, and Poland included. And it is true that the Polish law sometimes is even more generous in the protection offered to the people fleeing Ukraine than the directive, but in some other regards, it is short of providing this protection that should be there according to the directive and the Council's decision. And very significant inconsistency is there as for the documents that are issued to the Ukrainians here who are seeking the protection. So according to the European regulations, it should be a residence permit, as rightly has been said many times. But in Poland, previously, in the law, we had this provision that the people who would be applying for the temporary protection would be granted a residence permit. And for some reason, it has been crossed out in March this year, and Ukrainians are obtaining only so-called PESEL, which is a personal security number. It's not security, but a social security number for tax reasons, for other services reasons. And that's all. So this is about 1 million of people already who have been issued this number, which is actually for life. You can never withdraw from it. So it's also a decision where you would be entitled to the protection, in which country, and they are not given this residence permit. And this really is causing problems in other countries, such as the problem in Germany that has been mentioned already. And it may also cause problems with travel. Now it's not really very palpable, let's say, but we expect problems in the future because it's not really clear from the point of view of the European regulation that they really are entitled to the temporary protection in Poland. So this is one of the gaps, but there are other ones that are more tangible in terms of possible human rights violations. So, for example, the directive says that the housing should be provided for, and it's a duty of a hosting country, while Polish law says that it can be provided. It actually is somehow provided, but not really mainly to the thanks to the government, but to the civil society, to the people themselves, to the municipalities and local self-government, rather than the state. But still, for the future, it is like something, there is a gap, and it's a little bit alarming, I would say. I would then comment on this a little bit more, but now I'd like to mention another point that was already mentioned, but my view actually is a little bit, and our view at the Helsinki Foundation is for human rights that I represent, by the way, I forgot to say it, is a little bit different than the one of HIAS that was presented by Mr. Kohn in terms of European solidarity, meaning European solidarity is really mentioned in the directive. It is not described very precisely, so there are no formalized mechanisms of this solidarity or mandatory solidarity mechanisms, meaning it's a very bad word, but I was thinking about better ones and I didn't find them, like the distribution of people among the member states. And of course, it's very it's a great development that the general approach of the Union is that people can choose the country of stay. We just worry that in the future, it might not be that way because it's not very clear right now. And also it's not very clear what will happen afterwards with the people, whether they can stay or whether they might be probably deported. And that causes us problems in our particular work, which is by large part legal information to the people looking for the protection. It is not really true that we can 100% give them 100% quality information of what will happen if they go to Spain. I mean, we can of course find out the information, but what will happen in the future is not very clear. And it is not very clear because of the lack of the political will, let's say, on the level of the European Union of creating such mechanisms of solidarity. It's also important in terms of those countries like Poland that are on the various fields in conflict with the European Union. For example, rule of law. So there can be kind of a play with the European Union, and it can also endanger sometimes rights of the Ukrainians seeking protection. So. And this is connected with the third point. I would like to stress once more, I am quite sure that you have heard it during this conference. If not, if I'm not reiterating, but just stating it for the first time here, all the more it's important to be voiced that actually the attitude of our country, of our government and of our society is very, very hospitable. And it's really something that warms our hearts up because we are even proud, I can say, of Poles, how it's all dealt with. But On the other hand, this does not mean that we can say with any level of certainty that the government has got long-term plans that would guarantee the very, very basic rights of Ukrainians for the future. And so the real effort is on the burden of, as I said, of the citizens, of the municipalities and self-government, which is very often not supported by the government enough, and by the civil society organizations. And just to give you an example, the government has spent lots of money distributed among the NGOs who are helping refugees and migrants. But out of those organizations, only very few, 3, maybe 4, have any kind of experience of work with migrants. So all the crucial organizations has been left out of the scheme. Very much it can be connected with the fact that all those organizations, including ours, were active and are active in the crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border, when the Polish government attitude towards refugees is completely, strikingly different, as has been pointed out, and the situation there is really bad. It's really an ongoing crisis. So again, getting back to the fact that we cannot see any real plans, for example, for accommodation, we can worry that really what we will face in the future is even homelessness, to be very, very frank, because it is not possible, that it is not sustainable, the system, let's say, which is there now, without a real migration policy and without a real mechanism of reception mechanism here in Poland developed on the level of government and in cooperation with self-government and genuine cooperation with the NGOs. This helping fatigue is already palpable, and the number of volunteers, number of people who are offering their flats for people fleeing Ukraine is getting down. You can see it, and it's very natural. We don't blame Poles for this, because it's natural that you cannot really, host people in your flats like for a very long time. It just happens like that. What we advocate very strongly, we try to advocate, is having those plans, and for the European Union to support more the local governments who are very, very active, so that there are some plans for housing, for medical health care, for schooling. Of course, we all wish that the war wins with a certain, of course, result very soon. But still, the number of people who are here is huge, and it's not going to drop down very, very quickly. So there must be, as I've said, a long-term plan, which is, I would say, clearly lacking. And this lack of European solidarity in this regard means also that Poland can say to the European Union, oh, we can actually deal with it ourselves. We just need money, though they say they don't really get this money sometimes. And we don't want any kind of relocations, for example, because back in 2015, Polish government was so much opposed of any relocations to Poland, of very, very small, limited number of people from Greece. So now they don't want to say, oh, but now we just kindly ask you to help us in this regard. So this is all interconnected. That's what I wanted to say. And in the future, this is like this really warming, as I said, picture of Poland. I mean, can change. It can really change because as I've said, simply, this is not sustainable. Though I believe that Polish civil society and Polish self-government is gonna strive as much as we can to face the situation and to really help. And maybe the last thing I wanted to say about third country nationals, it's often said, so I just one maybe remark about this. We do think that these are numerous cases of families, actually, of relatives who are not covered by the council's decision, and even more by the Polish law in this regard. So, as you all know, there is a law in Ukraine, the law in Ukraine that says that you acquire citizenship by the fact of being born on the Ukrainian soil. So there's a number of cases where children have got citizenship, but parents are foreign and they don't have citizenship. So the situation of those families is difficult because only children are entitled to protection. And it also is the case of, for example, children with their grandparents, and these are numerous cases. I can't give you the data, but it's for sure one of the most acute gaps in the protection system that is there, and it's causing a lot of uncertainty to many families that are seeking protection in Poland. I don't want to speak too long because there should be some time for questions and for discussion, but maybe just the last sentence I forgot to say a few words about the foundation. So the foundation, the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights, has been established in 1989, and on the basis of the Helsinki Committee that during the 1980s and the communism was operating underground, and it's our department, our program of legal aid to refugees and migrants is one of the oldest programs of the foundation. It's going to have 30 years of operation this year. And so we provide legal aid, strategic litigation, but also with our colleagues from other organizations and intergovernmental bodies. For example, UNHCR, we plan to develop any schemes for an adequate response to the crisis. So really like a migration policy at the moment that should be there, and we try to advocate for this. Also, we are preparing now to collecting testimonies of war crimes from the people who are here. And we also do a lot of trainings for lawyers, like our lawyers who are specializing in asylum are training solicitors and legal counselors so that more people can provide quality information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mati, for your insights and very clear assessment of the situation here in Poland. We also hope that with your advocacy efforts and other Polish civil society organizations, a more comprehensive approach would be taken also by Polish government, also complementing this work that was already done to make the future of Ukrainians who stay here more ensured and safe. And now, dear colleagues, I would like to invite the audience to our conversation. If you have any comments or questions, we have 2 speakers online and 2 speakers with us here. So please raise your hand, and I think there are people in the room to provide you a mic. Yes, please. Yes, and also I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anna Oksyniczenko, and I'm an IDP staying in Poland now. And you know, I communicate with a lot of displaced persons, with refugees. I've been dealing with public activity for many years, but I was forced to leave Vasilkiv together with my children because our apartment is located close to the military unit and to the airport. So I cannot get back to Ukraine now. I'd like to say that now I'm living close to Zelona Góra in a small community, and Polish people have really been helping a lot. I mean, ordinary people who have provided accommodation, housing to us. There are about 180 people there in that local community. But the people living there for 2 months, according to the legislation in Poland, cannot keep providing being provided this assistance because they haven't got yet the amount of money promised by the Polish state. And the Polish people don't know what should follow? Should they keep providing accommodation and housing because they cannot do it on a permanent basis? They keep buying food, keep supporting us. So I would like to address you. Maybe you know what Ukrainians have to do further on, because there are a lot of my acquaintances who are either wives of the servicemen who cannot go back to Ukraine now with their children, or they are the representatives of Bucha, Irpin, and other towns of Kyiv region, and they have no place to go back to. So they are in a very difficult situation. They are at the crossroads and they don't know how to move on, where they should go. They don't have money, means of existence, they don't have any shelters. And with some of them already on the 1st of May, the period of 2 months is going to expire. So that's my question. Probably Ukrainians could ask to continue with this state assistance. Maybe the EU could help. So what could be the procedure? What could be the mechanism? Thank you for the answer, and thanks a lot to all the Polish citizens for the support they are providing, because it's really of utmost importance for us. Thank you. Maciej, what would you tell?
I was trying to understand in Ukrainian, so maybe I didn't understand all the nuances, but I hope I got the question. So if the question was how can you advocate, for example, or help Polish citizens that help Ukrainians because they don't get like support from the government, then it's really a problem. And also people are waiting very long for this money which is provided for in the law. I think that the reports about this are going to be issued quite soon by some organizations, so there might be some basis for advocacy. But in specific particular cases, I don't see really other means than those that are provided by law. So there is possibility for the Ukrainians themselves, for example, to obtain some funding, not really substantial, but still existing from the UNHCR, for example. But other than that, I don't really think that applying to the authorities or supporting the citizens who are helping is really gonna help, to be very frank. But also there was this question what to do in this situation, generally speaking. So it's a very tough question that many people face, and in this regard, I'd like also to say that we observe a growing number of people who are getting back to Ukraine, simply not because they feel safe, but because they see no options here. And these are individual decisions. It's of course a problem from the point of view of the human rights and protection and from humane point of view. But it's just very individual cases. I mean, there are possibilities of getting legal aid, psychological help, but really a scarcity of situations when you can get financial assistance to the Polish citizens who are hosting Ukrainians, to be frank. So not really a good answer, I guess, but a sincere one.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions, please? Yes, you have mic, please.
Доброго дня, Оксана Шолом.
Good afternoon, Oksana Sholem. I've been asking questions today quite a time. I'm a guardian of 2 Ukrainian minors. I've got 3 of my own children, and I'm a guardian of 2 Ukrainian children. And the legislation of Germany says as follows. The Ministry of Child and Youth Protection needs to be submitted a request to whether I can take the children as a guardian. Then the court undertakes the case. They check my criminal record and so on and so forth. But I've got a question. How does Poland and Polish legislation work in such situations? Because one of the children is 17 years old and the other child is a year and a half. And when the first child comes of age, my guardianship stops But and this child who is 1 year and a half old is actually the child of the 17-year-old child. So am I still to be a guardian after this first child comes of age or not? Definitely we work in accordance with the European legislation, but what about the situation in Poland, and whether you know anyone to consult concerning the further procedure? Because we have a lot of minors in Germany, and we work with the embassy, with the consulate in Hamburg and in Berlin, and we have a lot of issues to be covered. But as far as guardianship and the cases of minors are concerned, we don't have a clear answer. They have told us, please make the list, bring them to the embassy, but I'm interested in what the situation is like in Poland. How do you settle those problems? I don't know, Tatiana or Maciej, who is going to answer?
Well, briefly, I would say that for the foundation, these are not unaccompanied, thank God, but accompanied minors. But minors is one of the priorities in case of this whole situation. So if you ask to whom ask particular questions, I just welcome you to speak to our lawyers from this department. Maybe it would be better than giving you this answer now, because we've got like specialized lawyers who are specializing not only in asylum but also in custody law. Generally speaking, the Polish law is in accordance with the European legislation, and as for this, and it is in theory harmonized. In practice, it can be very slow, though at least the courts try to be very fast in cases concerning Ukrainian citizens. That's our general impression, let's say. But I really welcome you. I can just give you the contact details after that, so that you can ask specific questions.
Якщо я можу додати, звичайно, це не стосується польського законодавства.
Definitely, it's not about Polish legislation, and it's not a question to me, but I would like to encourage you to make these lists. Why is it important? Because I'm talking about from the position of children unattended, and this is different. But there is a procedure when you have to register at the consulate, and it's not always that the embassies work in a way that should operate, because now they have to work with lots of people, but still the registration should take place to ensure understanding on the Ukrainian side how many children have left Ukraine and what is the situation. I would like to provide a specific example. Our organization went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to get these lists, and we know the number of Ukrainians, and out of those millions, probably 1 or 2 weeks ago, there were about 8,000 people who were registered at the foreign embassies. And therefore, I use this conference and platform as an opportunity to encourage you to follow the legislation for us to be able to bring these children back to Ukraine. Definitely, when it is war, our primary task is to take these children out of Ukraine, to make them safe. But we do hope that the war is over soon, and these children should be brought back to Ukraine, and we should do everything possible to bring back every single child. And this is our primary task, to ensure protection to our children. I would like to provide short comment regarding this registration. I'm an IDP. I temporarily live in Germany, and this registration issue was a topical issue for me. So if we use this opportunity, we probably should address attention of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to this issue. So the requirement exists, and I would like to follow the law. But when I wrote an application to the Ukrainian embassy in Berlin, because this is the place where I live, I got the answer, please come here and register, and you should be present personally. Well, thanks God, I do not have to pay the fare, but it means that I have to take my 2 children. I have to come personally. I have to stand in a queue, and nobody guarantees that I will do everything for one day. There are lots of people there, and definitely it will be really convenient if it is possible to organize the digital procedure when I would like to, for example, to have it is possible to have an appointment. And the issue is about the internal passports. And for example, in some German lands, it's difficult to register these people. There were lots of questions about minors. And I know how the embassies of other states take care of their citizens. I understand what kind of load now the embassies and consulates deal with, but still I could not expect such an answer. Definitely there are certain legal requirements, and I understand that lots of things are done regarding humanitarian aid and all this stuff, but still this is the official requirement. And I'm talking about the Ukrainian embassy. So the answer was like, you come and then we see what can be done, which is actually, in my opinion, is not very professional.
Again, was not about unaccompanied minors, but I initially wanted to also share some experience or remarks about the unaccompanied minors after the presentation. So. Actually, the Polish law, even before the full-scale invasion on Ukraine started, provided for the obligatory registration of any unaccompanied minors on the border, but it never happened. So there was no unified database of such situations. And for the first month of the full-scale war, it has not been there, and it's mainly thanks to advocacy efforts that the laws has been amended and also harmonized with the directive. So now, for example, also the custodian, the legal guardian, is to those procedures for establishing a legal guardian, legal custodian are really simplified and very fast according to the law, and we will just monitor the implementation of the laws.
Thank you for your comment. Tatiana, maybe for concrete question from audience.
Sure. I will just address what Maciej said first. Exactly, and like we are happy that Helsinki Human Rights Foundation is a supporter of this standard, and we are all the time communicating to make sure that these like little puzzles work well, that we make this structured system due to advocacy efforts, the one that is feasible and the one that is working efficiently. Зараз перейду на українську тоді. Дякую за коментар. Насправді,
Thank you for your comment. Well, I cannot provide any comments regarding operations of the embassy and consulate. I know that this is not a single case. Well, I would probably to provide a legal explanation. You have enabled me to give you more details about our advocacy activities. We are in Warsaw, and definitely I would like to address more European legislation, but also even we are afraid of being criticized still. If you are not registered, you are not punished, but we actually state that this capacity for the people to register should be enhanced. Definitely, you're right. There should be some procedures. We should understand those people who try to support the state procedures and state mechanisms, but under conditions of digitalization, we can find some ways that these procedures are simplified and it's easier for people to undergo these procedures. So thank you very much for just giving me the opportunity to state that we also address these issues. Today, I did not speak much about it because I understand that children are already here in the European Union and they are under protection of the member states. But we also do a lot in order to ensure a sustainable Ukrainian approach, to make Ukrainian approach understandable and easy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are almost at the end of our time, which was suggested for our panel. But if you have the last question from the audience, so please, if there are anyone willing to talk or comment, please. Yes, there is a volunteer.
Так, доброго дня.
Good afternoon, Lesa Balyanka. I have a question to you. You have mentioned this temporary protection and insufficient information about specific rules of each country. Definitely will lack this information. Do you have any activities regarding spread of this information?
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, this is one of our main activities, and also done in cooperation with partners. We are also responsible for protection within the refugee response plan of the UNHCR. So probably together with the UNHCR, we'll do more, and with other organizations. But also, it's maybe sensible to share some news that we've heard yesterday from the Commissar Ylva Johansson, who is now in Warsaw. And of course, the European Commission pledged to coordinate on the level of the Union, and also to build platforms for such information. And so according to the news, such a platform should be in operation by the end of May. And also an application for the phones should be prepared so that people can have their kind of certificate of being entitled to temporary protection in a given state, also to avoid fraud, of course, but also to simplify procedures. So on the level of the Union, there are various initiatives, and we hope for the better. And also, there is this initiative here in Poland. Mirosława Keryk of Ukrainian House is advocating it in a way, is that the Union should prepare a web page, and it's also being prepared actually, that gives updated information and is so easily navigable and understandable for the asylum seekers, let's say, as, for example, the page that is devoted to COVID regulations in different member states. But having said that, the main problem that I tried to point out earlier is that probably without the clear vision on the political vision of the European solidarity, how it would look like, it's going to be very, very difficult, because this information is, of course, can be updated, but people cannot take well-informed decisions as for the place they would like to stay when everything can change so easily. So, and everything does change easily. And if you, for example, follow the what European Union Asylum Agency is gathering this information, for example, in their status reports, but still, even for us, for the lawyers, it's really unclear in case of many countries what the policies are going to be, even if not the law is going to be. And for example, they reference to, I don't know, if you want to read about Austria, you can read in German. I mean, this is not very easily navigable and achievable, this information. So for us, it causes problems. We can say to the people, now we know that, for example, Spain does receive anyone, there are no problems, the law says this and this and this. But what will happen in, 3-6 months time, it's very unclear. And without a real, as I said, plan for the solidarity, it's going to be unclear, I'm afraid.
Дуже дякую.
Sorry. If I could just add something on this.
Yes, please, Stavros.
Since it's an information-related request, I just wanted to add that we are regularly updating and circulating an information sheet which covers more than 30 countries at the moment, on what the scope of protection is in each country and what the way to get it is, exactly what the steps to claim it. But it is, of course, also under a disclaimer that we cannot guarantee that the implementation, as Mr. Novitsky said, we cannot guarantee that the implementation will be as the law says in its country, but it's a good start for information, people to understand which country offers what. And on top of that, I would like to say that we also have an index of lawyers from 35 European states where people can find contact details either directly from that index or by asking us if we can suggest or put them in touch with a lawyer in a specific country. So for people who have questions, we are always open to receive them, including in Ukrainian. Yeah, I just want to say that we are also trying to gather and promote this information. And if there are any requests for support, you can direct them to us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. It's good to know that you collect such important information, and as a representative of the Human Rights Center, ZMINA, which does a lot of awareness raising and advocacy, we'll be glad to have it and spread via our channels and those people who follow our pages. And I'm very happy to have this discussion. I think it was very deep and with bringing some very concrete situations. I hope that those people that raised some issues received important information for them. And as for me, it is also emblematic that we have this cooperation on 3 layers of civil society. It's a national layer of right to protection, for example, and other organizations working in Ukraine on the ground. We have organizations like Helsinki Foundation in Poland working here on the ground. And we also have these bigger international organizations working internationally, like HIAS, like ECRE, and I think in this cooperation we can make our advocacy efforts stronger. I hope so that we will have, some questions being solved that we raised here in the nearest future. And also, як українка, я хотіла би, щоб цей час...
As a Ukrainian, I would like to say that this time when our Ukrainian refugees are here abroad, who are protected and who would like to come back to Ukraine and who have where to come back, I would like to wish all of us that it happens soon, that the war is over soon, and that all the issues we raised today, I mean, all those problematic issues related to relocation, will be over, and we shall discuss how we open the procedures for bringing these people back and how we can resolve these situations. Thank you very much, dear participants, and hope to see you. Thank you.